pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you for joining us tonight for this special meeting. I'm going to ask the council to see if there's any changes to the agenda for the special meeting. Staff, is there any changes? Hearing none, I will look for a motion to approve the agenda for the special meeting.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I can second.
Brooklyn, you got it. I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. All right, so tonight we're going to be talking about assessments to be levied. I'm going to have Lucas go over an outline real quick of how we're going to handle tonight. I will say that under my discretion, once we do get to the public comment period or the interaction period, you guys are going to get 3 minutes. If we have to interact, I'll have Matt pause the clock. Will give us a chance to interact, and then for you to continue with your 3 minutes. Some of the people that have multiple properties have asked to have additional to 3 minutes. I will allow additional 3 minutes. If it drags out, I will ask to wrap it up. So, Lucas, I'll let you go ahead and explain the outline for tonight.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Welcome. Tonight, obviously, is a special meeting of the City Council. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to hear from aggrieved parties who have properly filed written appeals objecting to the assessment lists that were proposed by the city's Special Assessment Commission. Part of that appeal states the grounds upon which the appeal is based. So tonight, anyone that has properly filed a written appeal will have the ability to present their argument to the council when that district is discussed. There are 4 districts that the city will be discussing tonight. Those are on the agenda. Sewer, Storm, and Street Improvement District number 2022-10, which is Chestnut and Ironwood. Water, Sewer, Storm, and Street Improvement District number 2022-8, which is 66th and 76th Avenue. Storm and Street Improvement District number 2022-3, Wall Avenue East. And Sanitary Storm and Street Improvement District number 2022-4, Wall Avenue West. The city's Special Assessment Commission has had several meetings this year to discuss these improvement districts and to come up with an assessment list that contains both a proposed assessment and a benefit that property or parcel receives for the various projects that we're going to be discussing over the next 2 nights. The assessment that was established by the Special Assessment Commission can be changed by the City Council during tonight's meeting, or if additional meetings are necessary at a subsequent meeting. That special assessment value cannot exceed the benefit value that has been established by the Special Assessment Commission. An example, if an assessment was $5 on the property and the proposed benefit was at $10, the assessment cannot go higher than $10 in its simplest form. So just know that, everyone here tonight, that's kind of in its simplest form how that works. So the Special Assessment Commission held objection hearings on August 27th and 28th, and they heard from various parties at those hearings. Those were objection hearings. Anyone that attended those hearings was provided the opportunity to provide comment if they desire. The difference with tonight's special meeting is that it is a meeting. It is not an objection hearing where anyone can just speak. In order to speak tonight, you would have had to have filed a written appeal with the city auditor prior to tonight's meeting. So I just want to make everyone aware of that now. That is to comply with Century Code. So we will try to stick to that. The special assessment lists were confirmed by the Special Assessment Commission on September 3rd. And then 2 of the projects that we'll be discussing tomorrow night were approved on September 9th. Those lists or notice of those lists being confirmed were then published in the forum on September 17th and then posted on the city's website on September 18th, just stating that the Special Assessment Commission has confirmed the assessment lists and that the City Council will be meeting during a special meeting tonight and then tomorrow night. So again, 4 districts tonight, 3 districts tomorrow night. I've gone over the appeal process that aggrieved parties may speak. I will obviously present on this. Brent, the city auditor, Matt Volz, the city's finance director, will then go over some of the city's funding mechanisms for some of these projects. The city has contributed to these projects, and there's opportunity for additional funding on behalf of the city for some of the parcels that are associated with these districts, so they will discuss that. After they finish speaking, then Jim Dahlman, the city engineer, and his team will go over project by project the 4 that we have tonight. So Jim will start by introducing the project, saying what kind of components were involved with that project, the infrastructure associated with it, the methodology that the Special Assessment Commission used to come up with the assessments, and the benefits that were derived for that project as well. After that, then anyone who has filed a written appeal for that project will have the opportunity to speak. Once we get through that, we'll go to the next one. Next one meaning the next project, go through the same process. As the mayor indicated, the city's going to try to keep comments limited to 3 minutes. Obviously, there are a lot of people here in attendance tonight. We want to be respectful and allow those that properly filed written appeals to be able to speak tonight. The Special Assessment Commission meetings went till, I think, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. I don't foresee that happening tonight, but just ask that everyone is respectful of the time. Once we get through tonight's meeting, tomorrow night's meeting, if the council desires to approve the lists as presented, they can. If the council desires to hold off, take all the comments under advisement, we'll either have the council hold a special meeting or take action on these lists to confirm them at a regular meeting. We'll know that after we get some of the comments. The goal is for these lists to be confirmed by the council as soon as possible. The lists need to be to the county by November 1st of this year. What the city tries to do is get those lists to the county before that, but also to allow parties the ability to pay off the assessment without accruing interest on the assessment. And after the lists are confirmed, property owners will have 10 days to do that, and they won't bear any interest on the assessment. So obviously it's October 7th. We're going to try to get all this done before November 1st. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I think I've covered everything that I need to. If the council has any questions before we get into any of these districts or any of these discussions, let me know. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Brent or Matt to discuss some of the funding that has been associated with these projects.
Lucas, so to be clear, this has to be formalized and completed no later than the 21st of this month to allow for the 10-day time frame prior to November 1st. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for Lucas? Hearing none, Jim, go ahead and continue.
Okay, my turn. Wow. Council, I know, has asked staff to look into some different options, evaluate our cost share component. So we currently have within the proposed assessment list from the Special Assessment Commission reflecting a 25% cost share. That has been the city's overall stance, and that 25% has been based on construction costs. Part of the reason we do it off of construction costs is because construction costs is off of more like your bid price, and we still sometimes have costs coming in later on that the city often eats, or the district, if it does have leftover funds, then it'll eat. But typically, we do it off that construction cost so we could get a defined number a lot sooner. We've looked at some different options and percentages, and comfort-wise, staff-wise, to where it could be sustainable is could go up to 30% cost share on construction cost. That is a consideration that council would have to determine. That's not a staff or a SAC decision. And then apply special assessments to upon lots per the city's policy using load factoring. That is an option the council can do. The Special Assessment Commission did have their method they used for it. They were focusing more on a recreation component and factoring from that. That would be at the discretion of the council if you want to use that or not. So we have worked with Jim Saff at Interstate on what that could look like. So we had that prepared ahead of time, just because we knew that was a question being asked. And then Jim, if you wanted to touch base on the other component there in regards to if council wanted to do storm sewer in regards to local components. So Jim could touch base on that. I asked him too, since it gets a little more technical, and he could explain that side of it.
We were directed to look at two scenarios. One scenario is the stormwater ponds being assessed per the policy, which would be for regional components, regional street and regional storm sewer. The second scenario that we were asked to look at was regional streets along with local storm sewer. So along with, we would have this sewer through, or the storm sewer throughout the subdivision being assessed through those stormwater ponds as well. So those are the two scenarios that we were asked to look into. The policy isn't really specific when it comes to which is which, but in the past, typically it's been just regional components to the stormwater ponds, not local.
I would just add too is, as for any other, so all those are for the most part holistic changes. If there or things for council to consider, as we're getting to individual districts, we may have some other things for your consideration. Keep in mind those are tied more specific to individual districts, so that's why we'll talk about those at that time. But these we saw apply a little more holistic across most, if not all, the districts. So that's why we wanted to bring that up to your attention before we got into the weeds of the district. So that's all I had.
Any questions? Any questions for Brenton? Any questions for Jim? Okay, Jim.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we'll get going with Sewer Storm and Street Improvement District number 2022-10, Chestnut and Ironwood Drive. Project consisted of a rehabilitation of Chestnut and Ironwood Drives, rehabilitation of certain spot repairs in the curb and gutter areas that had been settled and were holding back water, milling the pavement profile to get water to force it to the curb and gutter with an overlay, replacing storm sewer structures that were shallow in nature and were rising with freeze thaw, overlaying Ironwood Drive, putting some curbing in place on the corners around Ironwood Drive to keep traffic on the paved surface. And the third component was the addition of a storm sanitary sewer force main from lift station 4 to a manhole on north side of St. Benedict's Avenue. The methodology for this was a modified front foot of all those properties. And for storm sewer, for sanitary sewer, we had a equivalent unit. So we had originally proposed to the Special Assessment Commission using the load factoring as provided by the Special Assessment Policy. Through discussions, there was a large assessment placed on the church lot and the commercial properties along the Roods Addition, which only contribute sanitary sewer to this project. We went back and looked over the last 9 months of sewer and water, actually it was water usage, and based on a 5,000 gallon per month usage rate, we determined basing that as our flat line for our base rate for the assessments of the commercial. So that's why you'll see there's some reductions in some of what was provided by the load factoring in the policy. So that was like $3,900 per 5,000 gallons of water usage. So Chestnut and Ironwood are all an equivalent unit. The school was not assessed for the sanitary sewer portion because they don't contribute to that lift station, and then Roods Addition and the church on the east side of County Road 17 was contributed based on their sewer flows, water
Jim,
flows.
what does the school contribute to if not that lift station?
As far as sewer, it just goes straight south gravity into a gravity main.
Okay, thank you.
So the one thing that, to be brought up to you, the city council is load factoring of the school as far as their front footage. It was discussed at the Special Assessment Commission, was increasing the front footage by their load factor of 3 to recognize that the school has put out some correspondence with the students and their parents to use Chestnut and Ironwood Drive to kind of reduce the amount of queuing on County Road 17 in the afternoons and in the mornings. So that's something that we're recommending that you follow through. Is that number's not showing on here. This needs to be multiplied by 3 for the load factor. So that's one thing that we would like some direction to do.
So Jim, could you clarify what changes to the school property were made by SAC?
They had requested that we add the 3 onto it. It didn't get applied in between the two lists, so
Okay,
that's why we
it is
want to
not
put
yet
it back on
applied.
it. Yeah.
Okay,
So it tripled from what we see, the number we see.
The front footage would be tripled. The assessment would be based upon the tripling of the front footage
okay.
For the school only,
for the school only.
because the
Load
school
factor.
directed traffic off of 17 through Chestnut Ironwood.
This project also has city contribution. The additional 5%, as being suggested by Mr. Holper, would be put on the storm sewer lot, up the gray lot that says 0. That's a city lot. We would put that, assess that additional amount on that parcel.
And that's 5% overall.
Construction
would-
costs.
Affect everyone in this
Correct.
district. So it would effectively reduce their assessment by an additional 5%.
Correct.
Can you explain why the daycare is color-coded as Old Town and assessed at 0?
Daycare doesn't go towards that. They're gravity sewered out to the back of the backyard. There's a main back there. And then they didn't have any street work done in front of them.
Okay.
They have a completely separate system.
And I know you touched on this, Jim, but did you clarify the numbers for the Lutheran Church? Could you just touch base a little bit on the actions of SAC in that methodology?
They were less than 5,000 gallons
Yeah.
per month.
Yep, so their amount was reduced based on that?
Yep.
Yep,
It was
okay.
reduced on usage, yep.
So the load factoring was eliminated, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is there any other questions for Jim on this?
For the road, Jim, for this neighborhood, you know, we had originally sent out letters basically saying that we would be assessing per each. That did end up getting changed. Is there a reason for the road, if they all use it equally in their neighborhood? I know I've had a couple residents reach out asking about why the road wouldn't just be an each and divvied out equally.
Some lots are bigger than the others. So by lot size, it wasn't proportionate, is what some of the comments that I'd received on it were as well.
Because there were comments from the other side as well.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe one of the letters of opposition stated that they were told at the beginning of the project, it was discussed that it would be each. And then, is that true?
To my understanding, I feel like we didn't have the policy in place that
Okay.
we have currently. And so at that time, it went out as an each, and then we adopted the policy. Is that correct, Jim?
Yeah, the policy was adopted in the middle of this project. This
In the
was
middle of
originally,
it.
this project was originally started in 2017 and finally got off the ground in 2022.
No other questions?
I guess I don't have any more at this time, but I potentially will after public comment.
Okay. So at this time, either Brenton or Matt, how many residents did request to speak on Chestnut's assessment?
Mr. Mayor, we have 8.
Okay. I'll have you guys announce them one by one then, have them come up and speak. I don't believe I have that list in front of me right now.
We have Dwight Spear. And you can come right to this middle table here. Yep. Thank you, sir.
So really quick, I would say for the council to consider is, just because somebody submits a written objection doesn't mean they have to come and speak. So if they do not want to speak, they do not have to. And that's the same thing for the audience. If you submit a written one, you can, the written objection allows you to speak, but it doesn't mean that you have to. So, because a lot of times folks may voice their concerns in writing. So just letting everybody know.
Is there anything going to go on the screen of what I submitted, or do I read it?
I mean,
I have,
I read your.
I fully read
We've
your-
already read all of
I
them.
have it all
Okay.
here. Yep.
Okay.
So all
If you
written
wanna
objections were
summarize, you
provided
certainly
to,
can.
yeah, all written objections were provided to the city council
Okay.
in
I
advance,
see it's
and
up there.
any
Thank
last
you.
minute ones given to them right before the meeting.
So I guess I have 5 different things to talk about. The first one was the 25%. There was some discussion of that it was just at the assessment meetings, apparently, that it was just 25% of the construction costs, and was mentioned. That's not what was advertised, I guess I'm gonna say. There was a letter, the September 6th meeting says the city will contribute 25% to the project. And then there was a letter a week later to the residents saying the city would cover 25% of the total project cost. Should be no doubt as to the interpretation of these statements. Selectively defining the 25% was not communicated to residents as anything other than the total project cost. And it just seems like it's changing the moving the goalposts to say that it's just construction costs at a later date. The summary request is that the city contribution be increased from $480,000 to $631,000 to reflect 25% of the total cost as agreed to, and not limited to just to the construction cost contribution.
Okay. Matt, go ahead and stop the clock real quick. Jim, the 30%, if we go up to that 30%, how close does that get to the,
I don't have that right now.
okay.
I mean, I maybe shouldn't speak out of turn. I feel like I did a little bit of, math. And again, I'm not a math person, but it seemed to me if we increased contribution from 25 to 30% of construction costs versus 25% of total project costs, the difference was only about $58,000. And I mean, I'm open for discussion. Does that make sense? I mean, maybe I'm way off, but, and I guess I'm open to discussion. I do know after the project closed, meaning that we had already kind of closed the project, I worked with some residents in your neighborhood, and we did do a few more tweaks to the project that the city paid for, and they were almost right around $58,000. And I understand that there are maybe some additional costs coming in on this district that the city will just cover. So I guess I'm open for conversation. I agree with you. It does directly say in the letter that we will pay 25% contribution of the total project cost. And I think maybe all of you residents remember as well, city contributions, which we'll get into in the future, this is something new that the city is now able to do. We talk about trying to tackle special assessments. This is one of the way we're doing it. we have not typically intended to do city contributions for local projects, but we absolutely did on this one as an accommodation and a recognition that there's been some difficulties in this district. So I guess what I'm saying is, the city doesn't intend moving forward, I think, to contribute to all the local projects. It's the regionals that we're trying to grab. So in your case,
Understood.
I am open. The letter definitely says that. I don't know if anyone is swayed by the dollar difference there.
My
Mr.
point is, it
Mayor.
was never represented as anything different than that.
And what
either.
we're saying is that we're countering that with a 30% total construction cost, plus eating the $58,000 above and beyond what's already been there, which gets you to exactly what you're asking for.
Okay,
So we do admit, that,
I do.
the complete project cost or total project cost versus construction, and we are trying to find a way to get that dollar amount back. Reason being, even last night, we had to balance order 2 of the projects that are actually being talked about tomorrow night. So the total completion of a project sometimes does not end prior to us having these talks with the residents, and the city ends up eating some of those costs. Construction costs, like Jim said, come from a bid, and once that industrial company starts working on that project, they have to work within that bid price. And so it's easier for us to calculate 30% on construction costs versus the complete project cost. Does that make sense? Just so that
Yeah.
it gets done prior to a meeting like tonight.
okay. So I don't know why you, if it's the same difference, that's fine, but I don't know why you just don't do what you said you were gonna do, but.
Because we're looking at doing it across the board for all districts, and so what precedent we set for one, we must be fair and do for all.
But this is a bit of a unique situation. This is a local.
Agreed.
There's some pre-existing conditions, right? And that was
Yep.
well discussed.
Okay. Any other points for tonight?
Not on that one.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I think did you have a couple other?
I've got
Comments?
more.
Oh, you
I've
do have
got
more
more.
comments
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I've-
Comments.
On number 2,
Yeah.
or
Okay.
on
Yep.
what I've got
Sorry, go
labeled as
ahead.
number 2, no. Okay. The approved cost versus total final construction cost. Approved was $1,440,000, and the total ended up being $1.9 million. I don't understand the cost overrun. There was one change order that I found in the notes, December of 2023. So you do change orders. I don't, that makes sense. I can understand that, but I don't at that same meeting, a progress payment was approved, bringing the total up to 1.8 million or whatever. I don't understand the discrepancy of, we had an approved bid and we blew right through that. I don't understand the protocol of that.
So
We have unit price contracts, so you can underrun and overrun the unit prices. Sometimes we underrun a bid item, sometimes we overrun the quantity because it's based on the number of quantity that's used. We have an estimated quantity that we bid the project on, and then we have a as constructed quantity. So typically, we've come in less than on our projects. This one was a paving job of a rehab of an old project that had some issues. So we overran mix to get the crown back in the road to force the water to the sides. And the storm sewer record drawings that we had weren't indicative of what was actually out there in the field. So we had to make some changes to the storm sewer inlets to match what was actually out there.
And I guess I would add the change order that he's referencing. We did look at and approve in our February 5th of 24 meeting. I have a copy here if you'd like to see it,
Of the,
of this change order that he's
Yeah,
referencing.
yeah,
So there
of it.
were 2 change orders. The 31,000, I think that you saw and you
Yep.
referenced. And then the one that he is referencing, there was a second one on February 5th of 24 for 481,000. That's the additional road work that he is referencing.
okay,
I made a copy
I never
for you.
saw that in any of the documentation.
It was in the.
Can you progress on through the
Okay.
attachments at all? Is that on,
Well, I have a copy here for you. I looked through, if you want to see it. It was in, I went back and looked. It was in the February 5 of 24 meeting. There was a change order. I don't know that. You maybe have it up.
February 5 of 24? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, is that, I don't know, 33% over? That's good?
That I don't know.
I mean, we're 1.925 versus 1.44. In September of '22, there was a lot of angst, I guess I'd say, we gotta approve this, we gotta lock this in, we gotta get this, this price, it's gonna go up, And it went up anyway.
Construction prices have gone up even more than
But
that since then.
I guess I was under the impression a bid was a bid, I didn't know we had,
That's where it gets into the unit prices. It's not a lump sum bid. It's not like you do the whole thing for everything. It's based on an estimated quantity, and then we have the as constructed quantity. So there is some deviation in that.
And to further explain on that, on a project of this magnitude and of this age, there were unforeseen conditions that were run into with the condition of the subgrade base that required additional units to do it and do it correctly, so that in 10 years, you're not paying for it again.
okay. Seems excessive to be that far off, but
Which is more excessive, paying a couple $100,000 now to get it done and do it right, to correct a subgrade condition that's presented itself, or to pay for the project again in 10 years in its entirety.
it seems difficult for you as the council to be able to control anything or run
It
anything
is, it's extremely difficult.
with bids that are open like that they can just, they go.
They're not necessarily open. What we run into is the sins of the past in this town, and I think everyone on council will agree with me that we have run into more of that in the last several years than we can shake a stick at, where we repaired recently, if you recall, an entire underground plumbing system within the heart of this town that hadn't been touched since the 1950s. I can't even tell you what we ran into. And so those things do rear their ugly head. We are, as a city, doing what we can to get in front of those things and to perform more regular maintenance so that we don't run into these difficulties. However, in this particular case, your road had been there and it had been left in such a state of disrepair for such an extended period of time that we ran into a very difficult situation and had to make a very difficult judgment call. The judgment call we made, while it does cost a little more upfront, it was the hope long-term that it would alleviate the burden on the residents that plan to stay there for an extended period of time.
The timing of the second change order then,
So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted just a quick reminder. We're not objecting to projects tonight. That's not the purpose of tonight's meeting, is to object to any of these projects or what happened during construction of the project. And I appreciate your concerns associated with that. Tonight, all we're discussing is the appeal of the assessment amount. And so if there is an issue with the assessment amount that was placed on someone's property, and you disagree with that, or think a mistake was made with the assessment amount, that is the purpose of tonight's special meeting. It is not to get into what may or may not have happened with these projects or the cost of the projects. That's done. The amount is set. The Special Assessment Commission was given a certain dollar amount and was tasked with allocating that within the properties within the district that were specially benefited by the project. And tonight, the council is hearing from aggrieved parties and making any potential changes to that list. So that's all we're doing. If this is gonna take far too long, there's a lot of people here that are wanting to speak tonight, so I think we just gotta keep this moving forward and discussing the assessments.
Understood. Do you have any proposed changes for how it's been done? For methodology?
I didn't, that was not the way it was presented as a bid. I assumed in my world a bid is a bid, but if it's an open-ended one, then I guess too bad for us.
I think that's been explained, and I hope that you realize the efforts we've gone to as a council to take a look at the local improvement and increase the contribution that the city is willing to make in light of those struggles and the continuance of the project that's gone on that we have not included in your assessment, to the tune of an additional 5% overall and an additional $58,000 that you will not see on your assessment.
I would submit the $58,000 project if it's what I think it is. I don't know why that wasn't done correctly. That was warranty work, in my opinion.
It wasn't a redo, it was an addition into the project.
Requested by the residents.
Requested by the
Because there was
residents.
still water standing and it didn't drain?
Yes.
Okay.
The purpose of ditches is, in fact, to hold water during high water periods. And there will be a period of time that ditches do occasionally hold water when we have heavy rainfall amounts or when there are backup situations.
Understood. Like I said, we might be talking about different things. There was street water that, because it was too high, like it didn't,
You mean,
it didn't
like
flow.
after a large rainstorm or?
Well, after any rain, it just
Does
wasn't
it- does
raining.
it
They ended
still-
up coming in and cutting it down and
Does it still stand there now?
For how long?
How much?
In areas it never used to be. Yeah. Like 10 feet from a drain that just got put in.
But for how long?
Is why until it evaporates?
Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere, it just sits there.
When you
Okay.
say,
I sent pictures to the cities too, it's on the, it's there all the time.
on the road or in the gutter, though? On the road.
Well, that may be a separate issue, and I think we can take note of that here.
And
The,
and the blacktop's already cracking on the road that hopefully is never supposed to be repaired again, so.
well, not never, because it's asphalt, my friend. And asphalt does get repaired. However,
It's already cracked after 2 years, so.
yeah, however, the purpose of this tonight is to ensure that, A, while we realize things aren't perfect and we're making corrections, we are in the process of going through that, and we'll take note of that here as a staff and go out and take a look at it. You were not charged the additional $58,000 for corrections, and it sounds like there may need to be a few more made.
Sits in the gutter.
It sits in the gutter? Okay.
And, I mean-
Well, we can take that offline separately.
Agreed.
All right,
Is there any other changes to methodology of how it was divvied out?
the change order being done 6 months after the fact is a little bit after it was completed, right? February of 2024 for change order number 2 for 400 and some thousand?
It was in that
That
meeting.
seems a little, I don't know. We didn't know that in September when it was done? Or, it just seems like, got to the end and, oh, here's what it is, let's write the check.
Okay,
As far as the change order being presented on a timely basis, seems a
I
little
would
unusual.
love to defend the fact that our city has very, very limited staff and we're growing outside of the capabilities of our staff. Any of you in this room, if you've had to deal with things, we do our best to turn them around, but I can honestly say with limited resources and limited funding within the city, we are not at the mercy of being able to turn things around as quickly as if we were a private entity, because we are public. And although that's not a good excuse for it, we may have gotten it late from the subcontractor. Jim shaking his head, yes, that probably
We're-
compounded the issue.
Were you aware, was the council aware that it was going over by so badly during the process of it?
Yes, we authorized the change order.
The change order was done when it was a done deal.
Yes, we authorized that expense in the hopes long-term of minimizing any further exposure to you of an excessive value.
Okay. Move on.
As a council, we felt that that was a prudent decision.
Okay. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Number 4, if you want to find that.
All right, I'm gonna have you move it along, though, because
Yep,
we've been
number
doing this
4,
now for
lift
20
station.
minutes.
The lift station SA4 included solely in this assessment district is a question. Is it a citywide benefit, or does it fall solely on us? That was my question.
Jim, could you speak to that?
Yeah, we'll bring up the map here. So
Thank
lift
you.
station, the district boundary for this project or this portion of the project was just the benefiting properties, those that discharge wastewater to this station. So we'll bring it up here on the screen here so you can see it. And couple clicks here. Okay, so zoom in on, take off all that crap. Just bring this up there, lift station. Yeah. All right, let's let it catch up here. It's gonna decide to reboot. We gotta do it again, apparently.
Is this GIS?
Yeah. All right, zoom in right there. So as you can see here, the color, this color that's highlighted right now, that is the service area for lift station 4. That is the areas that were assessed for the improvements to lift station 4.
And the other colors are other lift stations?
Yep, there's service areas for the other lift stations in the
Service
city.
areas,
Mhm.
whether it be lift station, gravity, whatnot?
Yep.
So there's no one outside of that area that has a benefit from lift station 4?
No, flows to it.
Does that answer your question?
Okay, that's the policy that it's all, it's not citywide, sewer repairs are not citywide issues,
They're
it's
not
for that neighborhood?
interconnected. This is the service area that handles all the water from that particular location.
Okay. Again, just a comment, the original, this is somewhat slid in, it wasn't talked about at the public meeting that we had, the informal public meeting in March of '22. It showed up on the April engineers report. In September, there was conversation at the council meeting, that question from one of the council members, that do the residents understand what's coming on in it? And the question, or the answer was, well, it's just needed. And then later was that, well, this wasn't explained very well, so just trying to understand that.
So lift station 4 in the past has had a lot of high alarms, to the point where the city has had to emergency discharge out into the streets from that lift station so that the pumps can keep up. This project provided a secondary option for that lift station to pump. So instead of pumping south, it pumps east. And at that time, the emergency discharges, or the unpermitted discharges, were getting to be a lot and frequent.
When you say a lot and frequent, what does that cost us?
It's not the cost, it's discharging onto just
Other
pumping out
systems?
into the storm sewer
Okay.
at that point, so that the pumps aren't taxed. So that was the justification for that part of that project.
Okay.
And there was a misunderstanding. Was it not publicized that that was a part of this project?
I don't remember that.
I think there was a lot of discussion about it at the September meetings, September 22.
Yes. Okay. Another question was the peripheral costs. It's spear number 5, if you find. There's approximately $604,000 of just peripheral costs. Just was looking for detail on that. I emailed Mr. Holper about it a couple of weeks ago. I did not get any answer back on that, response back. So the question is, are those just arbitrary assessed numbers, percentages of the project that goes to engineering, that goes to insurance, goes to?
I'm missing spear number 5. Where am I referencing this? Can we pull it up, please, Matt? Or Jim?
We get it up here, but I would say on engineering, that's part of the engineering agreement with engineering for doing the project. Admin is the city's admin costs there tied to the project. We have an admin fee that is applied. Interest costs, professional service, we have interest just like a loan, so it's carrying cost of it. And then legal has to deal with the bond, costs associated with the bonding, with throughout the project, things that pop up with it. So there are costs tied to these, and then bonding costs, when we do a municipal bond, which was what was done with this project and basically all the projects we do have costs for any bonding, we have to pay for the bond. So it's a really high level, but that is what they are.
This question, are these direct costs? Are there bills for these, or is it just
So,
a
Mr. Mayor,
prorated X%
again,
of the project?
The purpose of this is not to get into the cost of the project. The cost of the project is what it is. The project is what it is. That work has all been done. Again, the dollar amount has been assessed. All we're doing tonight is, if there is an appeal to how the Special Assessment Commission came up with the methodology for the assessment, that is what should be presented to the council tonight. If it's going through the history of all these projects and change orders and meeting minutes and stuff, we're gonna be here till 2 a.m. with these various projects. So again, there's an appeal or an assessment that has been proposed. There's a methodology that Jim presented earlier. So if there's something that an aggrieved party feels that needs to change, or if there was a mistake made on your property where You know, the front width isn't as wide as what they say it is, and we need to make an adjustment. That's the purpose of tonight's special meeting. It's not to get into what should have been done with these projects, why the cost is what the cost is. That stuff has been done. So tonight
I
is
don't
about
disagree, Lucas. Mr.
methodology.
Spear, in order to not minimize your questions and concerns, I would encourage you to reach out to the city and our engineering staff to go into a little more detail on your specific questions. In regards to the methodology, is there something that we have captured incorrectly or that you believe to be needing to be revisited about your particular property?
With all due respect, 2 weeks ago, I emailed a question on the details and I didn't get an answer back, so that's why I'm asking you now. I've not gotten the answer as to what went into those costs.
Can we reach out to Mr. Spear and have some discussion with him to help clarify what went into the costs on his particular property?
I would say if council would like us to, I would also stress, you know, staff has been tied up a lot with trying our best to follow up with folks on questions. Typically, it does take a lot of time. A lot of times questions were resulting in folks trying to have us generate a lot of data or reports and things like that, which is not typically like an open record. That is a, hey, can you develop this? So just stressing that, keep in mind. But we could follow up with Mr. Spear if council would like us to.
I think so. Would you like that follow-up, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Then
agree
yes.
that that should be done, along with checking on the issues with the drainage in the area should be handled.
Yeah. I mean, if they're saying that there's still issues out there, Jim, I mean,
He's shaking his head. There's a difference of opinion. So what I want to do is draft a memo once you've had an opportunity to go out there and look, and send it to the residents of Chestnut Ironwood, addressing their concerns on this so that they're very clear on what this is and why there is occasional standing or somewhat standing water, whatever it is, so they understand, and then they can ask questions if they need to on that. We've preached the transparency, and unfortunately, the sins of the past have changed processes and procedures as we've gone, right? But we need to do our due diligence, and so a simple memo hopefully will help that once we've had a chance to go out and look at it. And keep in mind, our staff is very taxed. What you're looking at is the majority of our staff right here for this entire city. So we'll do our very best to get to you, and we'll certainly entertain a meeting with you to ensure that we're answering your questions.
Okay.
The money is already spent, sir. And so that's the difficulty we run into now, is how do we allocate it appropriately, fairly, and per a policy that has been set up.
Understood.
I hope we're helping to answer some of your questions. I know you're not satisfied with the answers, but we are trying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next on our list?
Whoever wishes to speak, I guess.
I'll just raise a hands. Who's here for Chestnut tonight? Come on up. Introduce yourself and I'll just check it off the list.
Madam Kusler, Max, 212 Chestnut Drive. I'm not gonna brief over everything. I'm gonna build off of what was already said. They did mention that West Fargo Public Schools had put out information about using Chestnut and Ironwood Drive as a alternative route. They emphasized it as a preferred alternative route to using County Road 17. This is after they've done all the work that they did to that parking lot, creating another inlet outlet to the northeast of that portion. That is not utilized by normal traffic. That's a bus loop. That only alleviates bus traffic. Beyond that, now you've created that extra inlet outlet. There's only a one-way inlet outlet for drop-offs on that main area, so they suggested people should go around, and that would help cut back on traffic. There's several other issues beyond that that West Fargo Public Schools have not taken into effect to help our neighborhood with that issue and with other traffic issues. They do not enforce parking along the entrance to Ironwood Drive from 3rd Avenue North. There's parking on both sides of the street, and it brings a 2-lane road into a single-lane road. People just leave their cars there and walk the kids up to the door. That happens on a everyday basis. They, on top of that, have not responded. I and other members of the community have reached out about putting a 15-mile-per-hour school zone in that area to help slow traffic and allow for easier access at the points that were already there and the new points they've put in. And Levi has noted but never followed up beyond that, and he was the person I was supposed to reach out to. So I would say beyond just the fact that they're telling people to utilize that as a preferred route, there's other things that they've failed to do as well. And I do appreciate the assessment committees adding a 3 multiplying factor to them, but it's not even doubling what they were paying, and they were paying less in some individual lots per their 2 lots. Now it looks like they put all of that cost on 1 lot and then brought one of the other lots down to $3,000. So there was some adjustments, but in the end it was raised, but it wasn't significantly raised.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that, please?
Yeah, I had questions too about, you referenced like 2 school lots. Which ones are you,
It says West Fargo Public Schools first and second edition.
oh, you mean on the,
Yeah.
I guess I'm looking at the map.
I found the second one. It's the
Okay.
church.
Oh, it's the church.
Oh, that little edge, there's a little edge that was purchased with the secondary schools, the
With
corner
the
of the
second,
Horace
West Fargo
Lutheran,
School's second
up
plat.
here.
It's the church.
Please
Okay.
pull it up and
Oh, so
clarify what
You're
I'm
talking
looking
on the
at.
other side of Cass 17.
Yes. So they're assessed only for a sewer benefit.
Right.
That's why their assessment went down.
And that's why it's listed as a school, because it's it was a school,
Piece
a little parcel.
of the.
So they're only in this for the sewer portion of it. And we talked about how that was adjusted based on their flow.
And my understanding is the amount currently on the school, we still could potentially apply the load factor, correct?
Yeah, on the school itself.
On the
church-
school itself.
The church is only
Okay.
for sewer, and the load factoring was removed on that one
Right.
per the
Okay,
Special
thank you.
Assessment Commission.
And that would triple exactly what we see.
No.
Not necessarily. It's
Because-
proportionate to the
double it.
district, because it's gotta go somewhere. So it's not just multiply by 3, because the other ones have to come down. So it's the squeezing of the balloon.
Go ahead.
Beyond that, I do believe the school does benefit from overland draining that goes into Chestnut Drive, because there is a drain that was carved out.
They
where
have
the
a
bus
pond
loop
on the
is put
west
in.
side of their lot that goes to the north. We didn't do anything with the mains in Chestnut, we just put new catch basins in there. So it wouldn't affect, there wouldn't be any benefit to them for that. We just put new concrete structures in where the inlets are.
But there's overland drainage on that west side that does go and flow into Chestnut Drive.
But we didn't do anything with the mains, only the inlets on Chestnut Drive, just the structure itself. So the piping stayed the same as there, so the flow that runs through their pond to the north, through Chestnut, nothing changed with that.
Okay, so nothing was done to improve it, but there is flow that goes
There is
into
flow that way,
Chestnut.
yep,
Okay.
you're correct.
And then beyond this, the lift station stressed and the project needing to be done, how much did that compound after development of those commercial properties?
There's been problems with that for a long time,
Or
prior
how much did
to,
it compound to expedite the process that had to be done, where we were pushed into a conversation that this has to be done now because it's such a severe issue?
the reason it came forward was because there was already a project being done on the street. At the time that we do the street projects, we look at the infrastructure underneath. And if at that time, we try to do them both, so we're not digging up a new road to put piping in.
I don't understand. I guess the lift station was what was pushed on us. That was the biggest need. The street was just the drainage. But the lift station was what I constantly got emails, we got constantly told on Facebook that it was being stressed, make sure you're not flushing certain things down, make sure that you're not exporting your water from your sump pump out to the exterior of the street. So my understanding was that got exponentially worse. And it's because these commercial properties most of those tap into that system for whatever reason.
On the west side of 17? Those commercial properties, or which ones?
On the east side of 17.
I mean,
we're on the
east
west
side, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. I don't think it's they've been there for quite a while, so I don't know where that would,
As,
Increase
quite a
it.
while being 2017.
whenever it was built, I don't remember when it was built. Like 2015 or something was Rude's Edition?
They weren't
No, it
there.
was earlier than that, 05 or something.
Not the development of most of those, maybe just the infrastructure, but not the actual facilities and the usage of it. Because I was there before that. So what I'm saying is, now I see these are getting a significant cut in their special. So we're talking about assessments here. So yes, I believe the school should be assessed even more than what they've been assessed on top of the addition from the special assessments committee.
For the sewer or
For the access, for the expanded
For the
access,
road.
everyday use by
Road.
individuals that are told to travel along that. There's a YouTube video
And
still out
that's-
there right now that
Right,
the school.
but that's what we're considering tonight, right?
Yep.
Already, okay.
We're considering what they already added. I'm asking you to add more. I don't think, they didn't even double what they had. And they weren't even paying what an individual lot was paying for residential at one point.
This,
Well, I think Jim mentioned that they didn't actually apply it at the SAC commission, but they discussed it.
The load factor.
With the load factor, and then we're going to add it tonight.
So it's gonna be more than 134,000?
Yes. So
Okay.
it would be 273,000.
Okay, then I'm satisfied with that. I just think, you know, if they're gonna promote the use of that road, and they're gonna continue to promote it beyond this, and they're gonna also make no other adjustments to their access issues, then we shouldn't be the ones that pay for it. We still constantly get access use on there every day, which makes anybody that lives in that community have extra issues getting in and out. This
And
new
we
road
don't
that's being
disagree with
cracked
you.
is also being
Yeah.
overused now.
I mean, we
so-
are going
I
to be
do
looking
agree.
at that.
Yeah.
Yep, I
And
agree.
I did make a note, my other point was that I thought the city had made comments before that they were gonna pay a larger amount of this project, and Sarah, we were in that meeting with Bill and a lot of other people, and at one point, they talked about paying up to 50% of the project. I know it was not agreed that that was gonna be done, but I would say 30% or whatever covers all the costs that were promised for sure. 25 of the total cost, 30% of the construction costs, whatever's more, I think that has to be approved, because, again, this is a past issue, and I know it's not your fault necessarily, but it's not our fault either. You know, we should be having to pay because a contractor skipped town and the city did not hold them accountable for leaving a project done incorrectly.
oh, I wish that was the case. And let me explain, sir. I live in a development where the contractor did in fact skip town and went out of business. And we, as a whole, have been paying an unbelievable amount. I personally paid an unbelievable amount to haul fill into my lot. So I won't say that any of us here are exempt from that. Like I said before, the sins of the past are something that we are trying to overcome. I will also say that I personally was called out in a couple of these objection letters, and it doesn't bother me, right? I'm in my last year on council here. This is my second term. I've done my very best.
We're
I
just
know a
calling
lot
you
of
out, we're calling your
faces-
name out on the conversation, because you led the conversation pretty
I-
heavily during that time.
I
I
did.
don't think we said anything that was,
I did lead the
negative towards you.
conversation heavily, and I will tell you that I went back and watched that intently to verify what was said, if there were in fact promises made. And I had several council members here with me go back as a second set of eyes to ensure that my interpretation was in fact correct. And I'm gonna ask anyone else on the council if they did in fact see any promises made about what was discussed regarding any type of overage above and beyond the 25%.
And are you referencing like the meetings in September?
I was.
I mean, I went back and looked too because I thoroughly reviewed your objection. I did not see that. The only, I guess I want to point out that there was maybe not public hearing at that meeting, but a lot of communication with the residents at the September 19th, 2022. And I don't know the name of the resident, but I do know that when contribution from the city was discussed, the resident noted the project needed to be done. Pushing off bids won't get any cheaper, and our sewers can't keep backing up. And that they wanted it done. They said that 25% offered by the city is a sweetheart deal for us. And if the city is willing to jump in and help a little bit with it, that might not be a case. In a year or two, they may not be able to put that much toward it in the future. And so that was our acknowledgement of contribution to a local project, which is not something we normally do for city contributions. So we're utilizing prairie dog funds and sales tax and I'm happy to do it. But I just wanted to make sure that that's what I saw.
Yeah,
We
and Sarah, what
truly
I'm trying
are.
to explain to you is that I just said, in my written statement, it's probably a little confusing. I'm not saying that you directly said they were gonna pay that amount, but there was a discussion about, at one point, the city was willing to pay a larger amount for the project. And then they later said that we basically get this last chance or else they're not gonna pay anything. So again, we were pressured into it.
That also was not a statement that I made. because I went back and watched that, so that's false accusation. I'm gonna call you on it right here, sir.
That's,
I will
I
say
would love
this.
to be able to see, watch
I
it
will
with you.
say this, as a council, not only are we willing to meet the 25%, we're willing to exceed that, up to 30% of construction cost, just as I told the last gentleman, plus the additional $58,000. And that is not something that we traditionally do
The
on a
additional
local
$58,000,
improvement.
I do not consider that any type of a gift, because the issues that were done with the project, and if we wanna talk about how it was getting assessed, we're getting extra costs because somebody wasn't paying attention to the project. There was obviously errors being made throughout the project, whether it's with engineering or it was on the contractor's side, because we were left with new areas of problem that were not an issue at the time. So the roadway, if that's the main issue that this was supposed to fix, and it wasn't the lift station, now we're left with more roadway issues. And
And then
again,
the-
we have 3-4 yards away from a drain, and I know there's individuals that have their property, they were told that they had to pump their driveway up in order to fix it, and they did that, still didn't fix it. And then, still, to this day, we have a matter of yards between a drain.
Who told them to pump their driveway up?
I believe the contractor did. You Not told to pump.
Was it a directive from the city? Because there's no one on our staff that would have told anyone to do that. And I need people to think outside the box a little bit when they're receiving direction and directives like that. And I need you, sir, to understand that the neighborhood that you moved into had a lot of previous issues with its street. And while it's an unexpected amount, and I apologize for that, we made the best decision we could make in advance to prevent you from having to pay twice.
I'm not arguing that point.
What are
I'm
you
arg-
arguing?
The fact that you're saying that we should be thankful that there was extra costs being put into it to fix things that weren't taken care of during the project.
And,
I
you know,
guess
Adam, I think we
I think
did,
we're missing the
we
point
already
here.
kind of talked about this. I thank you for your comment. I think what Sarah mentioned earlier with Mr. Spear is that we have directed engineering to take a look at the project. He's gonna figure out if there's issues with it. We're gonna put together a memo.
Memo?
We just directed him to do that. So any of the concerns that you have with the project, we are gonna get a look at it. We're gonna take a look at it and see what needs to be done, if there is anything that needs to be done. You have our word on that.
All right, I'm just trying to say, I do appreciate everything the council's doing. I do appreciate the
Thank
fact
you.
that you're considering their 25% honoring what was written, because that should be done, because that's what it said. Or whether they're willing to do the 30%, doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of difference, but you make it seem like it's a gift that
I
they
get-
took over these extra costs. And all I'm saying is, some of these extra costs were due to issues within the project.
I don't think
being
it's a
maintained.
gift,
It's not a-
Adam.
it's not
What
being
we're
represented as a
basically
gift.
saying is, a lot of the projects, so
You keep
we're,
telling us though, like, we're willing to do this, we're willing to give you this,
can
we're
I,
willing to have you this.
I'm just gonna talk right now.
Well, I've been interrupted too. so.
So when we're talking about contribution to these projects, most of the time, what we are contributing to is the regional. This is considered a local project. This is new. We're able to put the funds toward it. That's what we said we're gonna do. So it's not that we're saying it's a gift, but we're doing the best we can with the funding that we have. So, I understand your concerns, and I think we're gonna get Jim and the engineering team out to look at your project, make sure that we can ensure that it was accurately done up to your standards.
All right, I won't continue to argue that point. I will make one last point and
Sure.
let this be done. If this is a project where the school has directed people to use it as in the community in general is benefiting from it all of a sudden, now granted, that's from the school, not from the city. Why wouldn't it be looked at maybe as a larger community benefit, much like we're being assessed also for Wall Avenue East, and which I'll come up on next, because we don't have any benefit from Wall Avenue East
Right.
yet, we are thrown into that mix. Why would that be any different than the community of
Sure.
parents who go to the school utilizing our road every single day?
Totally understand. You know, I think that it's important. So we have local streets, and then we have collectors, we have arterials. And so because that is considered a local street, it's not really technically considered an arterial or a collector road.
I wouldn't consider Wall Avenue East, I'll get to that in a separate one,
It's-
I'm just
oh,
pointing
Yeah,
out in that.
and we can talk about Wall Avenue at a later time, but it is considered local to that area. So that would be why. if you're asking for an answer on that.
I understand the consideration of it, but because of the usage that is proven,
Right.
you know, because of the school, again, that would just be another emphasis for one, the school to be paying more on that, and another emphasis for.
So are you wanting more than
The three.
the
No, I mean, the
3
200,
units?
but the point is, I guess I'm making is that, yes, I agree with that, needs to be done.
Okay.
100% has to be, that's my last nail in the coffin point,
Okay.
was that I really implore you to approve that because of the constant stress they're having
Sure.
people put on the road.
I hear you.
With that, I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate your input, and thank you for considering our points.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there another resident that want to speak for Chestnut? Come on up.
Promise I will be very brief. Bill Nelson, 249 Chestnut Drive. I'm just gonna, hopefully you all have a ladder, and I'm just gonna address a couple different points, and I hope you take it into consideration, both for this project and moving forward. I've been on Chestnut for over 20 years, so I've seen a lot, and I'm familiar with all the sub-base and all that stuff, and I'm also familiar that there's a long history behind that. That's all aside the fact. If you read my letter, there are points that obviously were done, and the above is where the frustration of the residents set in. Just because their city policies changed in 22 and again in 2023, we were presented with a bill of sale, and then you went back and the budget went over, and I understand that happens. It shouldn't, but it did. That's beside the fact. But you were also presented, each homeowner shared equally in those roads. And just because you changed your rules and policies after the fact, why would that affect the bill of sale that was sold to the residents? Second thing is, I appreciate what the city council, or what the special assessment has proposed, because the school being built there did overtax Chestnut Drive huge. Directly went from flow being a problem to flow being a major flood of those streets that did not flood for 15 years. So that load factor should be applied, and I strongly urge you to raise it to whatever it can be, because that is a fact. So I do appreciate you looking at that, to the Special Assessment Committee. Last point, I'm just gonna, and I'm not whining here, but because I have one of the largest frontage lots, it does not give the city the right to use it as a storage facility for snow, debris, pavement, prep areas, equipment, that kind of thing. And if you're going to assess me more, then do I have the right to bill you for snow removal and maintaining of that lot going forward? Because just because it is convenient does not mean it does not belong to me. But anyway, I hope you read what I put forth, because I know this is a whole nother issue, but just because residents want more doesn't mean that you should give them more until you give them the cost that is going to, how that is going to affect them. And I say that both on this project, and I also say it on future projects, because I have some children that live in different areas, and they have been socked with overages in a year and a half of $300-400 a month, which is not right. Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from Chestnut that wants to speak tonight? Come on up, please.
Hi, I'm Steve Bear. I live at 269 Chestnut Drive. And my objection is how some of the other drainage issues were handled in some other neighborhoods. For example, Adelman's, the city picked up the tab on that, whereas we're expected to pay 75% of it, as well as the Lost River Pond sidewalk. That was covered by the city, not special assessed to the residents there. So my question is, why do we have to pay 75% when neighborhoods that council members live in get their stuff paid for free?
I do have some comments on that.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have your direct objection here, but I have heard this argument or this conversation, I guess, on social media. I mean, I guess I can't speak for other council, but I guess what I would say was, for the Lost River Pond, the cost of that entire project was $160,500. And the vast majority of that was paid through contingency funds that remained in Lost River
Okay,
and some sales tax. And for Adelman's, I looked up quick. I think the cost estimate to fix that was $84,500 paid by sales tax. I guess what I would say to the residents in
but that was like
Chestnut.
the first phase of it, and I went back and watched the videos, and there should be multiple phases of it. There was even
Well,
a
that's
discussion.
what
that-
I've seen so
yeah.
far. I guess my point is, if the fixes in Chestnut were close to that amount, of course, we wouldn't make assessment district for that. But these were smaller amounts. For the Lost River amount, I'd say at least half was paid by contingency funds. So it's a little difficult to compare the two. And we are also contributing 30% of construction costs for you, and I bet by the time you added that number up, it would exceed what we've paid in each one of these districts.
Gotcha. But what about Adelman's? That looks like it's gonna go in phases,
I
so
guess-
you're just
I guess we'll
gonna,
have to see.
gotcha. So if that's $2 million, are they gonna get assessed for it, or is the city just gonna pay for it?
I guess I will have to see. Well, the bid that we have is $84,500. We've not bid out or done anything else in Adelman's. Am I correct, Sarah?
That, you are correct.
Thank
And
you.
actually, I didn't drive that request, my fellow council member did.
Okay, yeah, I'm just
We-
asking questions.
You know what, and
because-
council, we live in all the districts.
Yeah.
And we live in all the areas, so I guess, I don't live in Lost River or Adelman's, but I do take a little offense to an assumption that we would make decisions based on where we lived, because that is untrue, and I know nobody on this council would do that.
We actually are more cautious as far as our involvement with where we live
That is appreciated.
because of the perception of potential bias.
Right. So yeah, I was just asking the question because I don't remember who it was during that, I think it was mid-last year discussion, saying you're doing something different in Chestnut versus what you're doing in Adelman's, so.
And there's reasonings and methodologies that's explained behind that.
Yeah.
I hope it helps clarify.
Yeah. Just gotta ask the questions.
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah, no problem with, I have no problem with questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak for Chestnut?
My property is in the Route Second Edition, so I'm across the road from County Road 17. And initially, we were load factored. That was changed at
I'm
the
sorry,
special assessment.
what was your name?
Brian Stute, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
540 First Street East. So at the Special Assessment Commission, Lucas had told the city employees that we would be required to get the benefit and the assessment and the cost for each project, and I haven't received this cost, so I don't know exactly what you're saying my benefit is, because we're across the road, and largely that wasn't the driver of this project. It was the residential areas, in particular, people running sump pumps in the sewer system because of the poor drainage on the road. So my request would be to shift some of the commercial costs to the residential that are actually using it based on the city utility bills and actual numbers.
And I think we've done that, correct, Jim?
Just on the
We
commercial,
ran-
not the residential.
He's right. We did it just on the commercial and the Roots Edition. We didn't do it on the, we considered every household to be residential.
Average.
Single family by the policy is usually a one equivalent unit
Correct.
without the load factor on it. So we did apply the load factoring, showed it to the Special Assessment Commission, had residents come in from the commercial side of it saying that it was unfair, so we went back to try to look, and looked at the water usage. So you're right, we didn't do anything with the east side of or west side of the County Road 17, we did the east side though.
So basically shifting more money to the higher users on the residential. That's my request.
Interesting. We have two opposing viewpoints here,
Yeah.
because we have the residents saying,
But
we
you
want you to
this
shift
one you
more.
actually have the actual data for, so the utilities will tell you how many gallons of water are being used. That won't take into account, sump pump usage, but that was in the residential areas. The Route Second is commercial buildings, slab on grade, so there's no basement, there's no sump pumps. So that wouldn't be the driver of this. I know this was in the middle of the changes on the policies and whatnot, so we were never actually notified that we were inside the district that was created for Route Second, because it's sewer and it's considered a necessity. So, if I wasn't notified, I would have, because at a different specials meeting, there was I believe a 24-inch sewer on the BNSF line? Or is that storm sewer?
There's a gravity line on the backside, yep.
So if we could go backwards, my proposal would have been to attach Rudes into that line and avoid a lift station altogether, but that might be too late for where we're at
It was
now.
too late, yeah. The reason Roots goes that way is because there was nothing behind them. We put that in with the project, the connection to Fargo,
And what year was that?
2017, 18, and 19.
So it should have been there.
No, I don't, you may have built your building, but I think the infrastructure was before that. I don't remember for sure.
No,
but
that's correct, because I went out with my daughter and got artifacts
Yeah.
off of how deep they were digging. We found horseshoes and railroad ties from 1915. I will never forget that. I know exactly where they were digging.
So that was just, now that you guys notify us, anybody inside the district, that would have maybe taken care of some of the costs. But those were my objections and requests. They should be identified in a letter also, so that you guys can review it.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anybody else for Chestnut that wanted to speak tonight? One last time, was there anybody else for Chestnut that wanted to speak tonight? Okay, with that, I'll look for a quick discussion from council here. Do you guys want to proceed tonight, or do you want to table and proceed at a later meeting to discuss what we want to do with Chestnut?
I'd like to take some of these comments under advisement, and I know that at times, it gets heated and we go back and forth over what happened, what could have happened, what should have happened. It's our job to be as fair as possible, given the circumstance, and we hear you, right? Right or wrong, we hear you. And fixing the mistakes of the past is a big challenge, but I do feel strongly that several of the comments made tonight need to be taken under advisement. I feel the school is a big concern. I feel there are some added flows that maybe need to be looked at. There were a number of other comments made that I jotted a few things down. I know, Naomi, you have a few things or anything you wanted to touch on? We'll just go down the table.
I agree. I really want to look at the consideration for the school. It seems to be a theme with the people that have spoken. Let's see. I do want to kind of understand a little bit of Mr. Stude's remarks too. I kind of want to go through that with Jim. So yeah, I think I would be willing to kind of take this under advisement. I think there's some things that we can do that can help, but it seems to be a theme of school.
Agreed. Stephanie?
I agree. I agree with what you said. I'd like to take and I would like to look at Mr. Stude's comments too a little more closely.
Okay, Rachel?
Yes, I agree. I think there's a few things to explore here, especially the school, like my fellow council members have said, and also just a few more things that I think we should talk about or look at. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't want to be short-sighted, Jim, and I mean, we do owe it to them. If they are saying that the project needs repair, I really do want to get that looked at.
Okay, with that, I will, do I need a motion to table that then, Lucas? Or do you want me to just table and,
No, we'll just, presumably, the council's just gonna table action on all these, and so at the end of it, once we get to the final district, we'll have the council decide if you want to hold a special meeting, or if we want to try to address these at a regular meeting. My assumption is a special meeting, just because there are 7 districts, and it might take you a while to have further conversation on these, so we can set that meeting date at the end.
fair enough. Okay, with that, let's move along. Jim, District 2022-8.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. The next one we have is Water, Sewer, Storm, and Street Improvement District 2022-8, 66th Street South from 76th Avenue to 64th Avenue. Project consisted of the construction of a collector roadway between those two avenues, and it also serves as the mid-mile north-south collector through that corridor. Assessments were based on equivalent unit. There was a change order that was approved for some sanitary sewer work. That cost has been assessed to the benefiting areas, which is east of 66th Street,
How much was that change order for, Jim?
about 400,000.
Another 400,000?
Yep.
Oh. I knew it, but I'm just asking.
Yep.
I want people to understand that when we have large projects of this magnitude, things and situations change in construction. I'm not saying that it's okay to go over budget, but when we encounter massive things that need to be corrected, it is not uncommon to see change orders come through. Continue.
There was some additional backyard drainage installed between the Adelman and the Southdale Farms 6th neighborhood, where there were some assessments that were broken out. And there's a school lot, 3 units per acre with a load factor of 3. There's a couple park lots assessed at 3 units per acre times a load factor of 2. Some mixed use, which is 3 units per acre times a 3 load factor. One area that we'll find with some protest or some objection was the properties on the north side of 76th Avenue and the east side of County Road 17. They're single-family homes on large lots, kind of a rural estate kind of a breakout. Cemeteries assessed at 0 and stormwater ponds are not being assessed as proposed.
Questions for Jim?
Is it proper, Jim, for me to discuss some of those single-family larger lots that you just mentioned?
I think you have some protests on that.
Would you like my comments now, or would you like them afterwards?
Why don't we wait for protest
Okay.
and then we can address?
All right, do we have anybody that wants to talk about District 2022-8, 66th Street? Show of hands, anybody? All right, Chris, come on up. Speak loud into the mic, please.
Yep. Hi, Mr. Mayor, and member of the council. Mine should be pretty simple.
Before you go on, I want you to introduce yourself and
Yep.
let us know who you're representing.
Yep, representing New Horizon Homes, and my name is Chris Mack. So, I guess I brought this up to the Special Assessment Commission back in August, and you got my letter. I guess just pointing out that I know there will be some objection on the areas, on the larger residential lots that are along County 17 and 76th Avenue, but I do know that there are 2 properties that are, I guess, east or west of Drain 27. They will be developed, they're owned by developers. Those should probably be added into the larger load factor, because those will likely be commercial. It was in my letter, and I can point it out.
Look up at your screen.
Yeah, those 2.
I feel like I might have misorganized your letter in here, Chris.
The Special Assessment Commission, I think there was a little bit of confusion between where the drain was, and I think they thought that the road right away that's coming through was actually the drain, and it's not. That's going to be a road that connects to 63rd. And if we just want to keep everything fair and equal, that should probably be at the larger, load factor of 3, like all the other commercial properties. Other than that, no other suggestions or comments, so. I
What
guess
is it zoned,
if you have any questions.
What is it zoned currently?
ag. It will likely be developed. And I think one of the points, and that's what I have in my letter, and I have a note there. Right now, that one parcel is a large parcel. And they said, well, how do we do that? And I guess my suggestion, I met with Jim about a week ago. My suggestion was consider that area that's gonna be fronting 76 and just take that 9.7 acres if you kind of go straight across to match with the other commercial properties. Just add that, however that factors out, that should just be added to the total of the large parcel that's currently ag.
Brad, not to put you on the spot, but do you recall this conversation, or was there something you wanted to add about the methodology you used?
I'm gonna refer to the engineer for
Okay.
future land use and.
Okay.
So the Special Assessment Commission tried to work within the best information that they had at the time. Way this one was set up, there is somewhat of a master plan, but it's not been platted for all of the Willow Grove subdivision, which this area is. There was also some discussion that if more equivalent units were put on these parcels onto the larger lot as suggested, that would have to be accounted for. And then when it gets platted or replatted, the specials would have to be reallocated, remembering what was originally to be put on those. So the Special Assessment Commission felt that ag was the best option that they had at that time with the 3 units per acre, but we've got an objection saying otherwise.
Yeah.
We tried to, as forthcoming as the developers can be, we tried to work with them as much as we possibly can, and
Yeah.
it's amazing how a trailer court can turn to a Walmart real quick if you don't have it in writing. So the approach we took was the best of our ability, and that's what we got.
Okay.
Any other questions for Chris?
I don't have any, I don't have any more questions.
I don't have any more questions, Chris.
Okay, hopefully it makes sense, but I just
Understood.
want to point out, be consistent. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anybody else that wanted to speak for Special Assessment District 2022-8, 66th Street? Okay. With that,
I guess I do have a couple comments.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to pull up the map, Jim, but there has been some discussion. Some of the properties along Cass 17 and 76, the larger family homes, they were assessed a load factor of 3. And I guess I would like to bring forth for discussion, do you see which properties I'm talking about? The properties along the road that have actual homes on them, the residential homes, not the ones that are vacant or maybe have a garage or something, but actual residential homes. I guess I would make the argument that I think the load factor should be removed from those parcels. They're just homes, and I think that that's being too heavy-handed on those parcels in that area.
Their homes on how many acres?
Roughly 5 acres. One is 2.2, I think. Let me look. 2.9, 9.24, 1 acre, 7.9, 4.88, and 4.30.
And they're being assessed at the mixed use rate, which then also designates a load factor of 3. And I'm just requesting that I believe the load factor should be removed. I think that's too burdensome.
I want to understand the methodology of the Special Assessment Commission in applying the load factor.
1776 is what it's zoned.
1776 is what it's zoned.
But there's still currently single-family residential.
I have a question. So what if for those homes, we treat the parcel like a parcel, kind of taking the individual away, and perhaps remove the load factoring, but what if it is a family in a home, they have deferred specials until they sell to a real estate development company or something, because
was
it's
just gonna
hard.
say deferred.
It's really hard to say we should treat. I mean, if it's an individual living in their own home, I would say that we would approach the parcel like it's future potential use, but then that individual obviously would have deferred specials until they would.
So
Sell to a-
really quick, I do want to note for your awareness on this is that I believe of this area you're talking about, majority of the land is owned by
Yeah.
development or developer. There are 2 parcels that are not, and one of the individuals, I believe, indicated that they are working something out with them, with that same developer, but I can't speak for that property. But getting to your question there, when I'm looking at Cass County GIS, a good chunk of those or some of those properties are owned by development.
Right.
Or developer company, so.
And I mean, I just think, like, for example, the Terry Fox lot, certainly an individual, it is unfair to expect them to pay this large amount for a special assessment, but on the other hand, if it's a 25-year plan, we're looking at the parcel. And so then to also have some exception for the individual, that's why I think a deferred special assessment would be a fair way to approach this. Obviously not trying to push anybody out of their home, but treating it like what it probably will be used. Is that sort of, Brad, what you guys were thinking?
Yeah, and actually, we went under the guidance that you have to take out all individuals and look at it as though the value of
Yes.
the lot.
Yes.
And the individual he spoke about made it sound really clear there was a sale very likely to multiple developers. They could have his pick, right? So we had to literally remove that and say, you're right, as an individual, this is terrible. You shouldn't have to pay it. But the benefit to that lot
Exactly.
is X, and that's how we went ahead with the allocation.
Yes.
So are you saying defer the load factor portion?
Well, the load factor portion, Stephanie, are you saying that you would remove the load factoring from multiple spaces or just the single family?
No, my proposal was to remove the load factoring from the individual lots that have actual homes on them that are actually treated as residential right now. I didn't mean a removal of load factor for all.
Okay, but if a real estate holding company is renting it out, then it is used as a business. The owner isn't the same individual who's renting that property. I'm not sure. I'm curious what you all think.
So, in prior discussions with the special assessment policy, we did talk about that for ag land, trying to have a max of, was it 2 years?
2 years.
Okay, 2 years so that it didn't get out of hand. I understand what you're asking, and, I'd be open to a deferment, not of the entire amount, but of what was just suggested if we take the load factoring off, whatever that difference would be, just so that we're not removing people from their homes. It is single-family residence, I get it. I myself live on a larger lot, I know one other person does as well, that's not the reasoning for it. It is trying to make sure people don't get removed from their homes. We have been talking about that for years. I think we only have one farmstead left where it's truly being farmed. I would have to even check on that. But I know this gets into now residential, and it's trying to protect the residents from big money coming in and buying up everything around it and forcing them out just due to increases of property values and special assessments.
So I have a question. If we were to do the deferral on the load factoring portion, I guess, if we're gonna just look at it as residential, how would we know? I mean, would we have to have some kind of contract with a how would we know which developer's picking it up? And then how would we actually enact that
Cass
to?
County will list the ownership. for each
I
and
mean, a
every
lot of these have
parcel.
an
But would
LLC,
we-
they're a company that owns them, like.
I know, but what I'm saying is, would the city have to have some kind of
We'd have to have a way
interest?
to check.
So,
Yeah.
Councilmember Berkman, what you're saying is the city's gonna have to monitor to see
Yeah.
whether or not it's
Correct.
sold. And
Yeah.
the city has tried to do these types of things before, and unfortunately, it has not worked. A similar deal like this was for one of the industrial additions. As soon as lots were sold, once it got to a certain point, the city was gonna pave the roads out there, and the developer was required to provide notice to property owners that when they bought that lot, at a certain point, at 60% developed out or whatever that number was, the city was going to pave it, so there would be no surprises. Well, that never happened. Developer never indicated that that was the deal that was arranged with the city. And so my concern with something like this is, yes, the city's gonna have to track this deal, or this deferral, and then verify when it was sold, and then obviously, go through that process. And I understand it for this situation, but it is going to be a challenge for the city, and so if you do it for one, obviously there's going to be more requests from other individuals that say, well, I also don't wanna have to sell to a developer, and my specials are too high as well, so I would also like, this agreement for my property. And I think it's the city doing, a good thing for the benefit of someone, to not force them out of having to sell their home, but those are the considerations that the council has to think about when discussing this.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
I guess the one concern that we discussed is if you individually treat that as a residential lot, now you're unfairly burdening the other residential lots because they don't have the ability to sell it to a multifamily commercial zoning. So now you're putting a different burden on the rest of the area. So what I would have proposed is that if they want to rezone their lot residential and get a 1 on it, more power to it, and they're not selling it to another vendor. So to me, that's, you have to make your commitment. Are you gonna sell the property or not? That's how I would have looked at it as a committee if I had that option.
Did your committee ask if it was residential prior in the past?
We asked what the future land use map was told, and
Okay.
that's how we looked at it, so.
Understood. So I'll ask Brenton then. In the past, this has been labeled as single-family residential. Is that correct?
So I think you're talking zoning and future land use map. The city
I'm not talking about future at all. I want to talk about past.
Yeah, I'm just referring though, typically in like our policy, if I remember correctly, we look at future land use, not the zoning unless it's the current zoning. And if it was a zoning change on a property, like within the last couple of years, a zoning that was done through our land use ordinance update, that was a rezone to get it closest to what it was already existing as, is my understanding. And Lucas might be able to expand on that a little bit more, but my understanding is the rezones were done typically on trying to get it to be more consistent with what was already there. No, I'm going off the top of my head there, so Lucas could expand if he remembers saying anything further on it. But the Special Assessment Commission does typically look at, like in a situation like this, what is the future land use of it? So.
I guess, I think these properties were single-family homes. That's what they were before they were, I don't know what the correct terminology is, but before they were changed over to this designation of mixed use in 1776. I can't in good conscience overburden them, so I hope we can come up with some sort of fix for it, whether it's just simply reducing or eliminating the load factor or some sort of a deferral or something. It's definitely something I want to look at.
Was there any objection when it was changed to mixed use 1776?
Was there any notification to the residents first? This was when the land use policy was approved, and there was the blanket change to that whole area into 1776.
On the future.
Yeah,
land
so
use
what
map.
was, as Brent indicated, what was supposed to happen is the city had its previous zoning designations under its old land use code, and they didn't line up exactly with what the new land use code says. So in working with Giffords Webster, the understanding was whatever the lot was zoned previously, that new zoning designation, whichever the closest one was, that's what the property was supposed to be zoned as. So I don't know what these lots were previously zoned, but they should have been close to what they were previously, unless there's been a zone change at some point since then. But that's how that was done.
Ma'am, if you want to speak, you have to wait for the public comment section. When Jeff's ready, he'll open that up and we'll ask you to come up to the microphone. I understand that. Public comment.
Yeah, we had Chris Mack, talk on this one. Did you, I'm sorry, I can't see who it is, so, fair enough. Did you send in a, letter?
Yes.
Written
Okay,
appeal, yeah.
like I said, I can't see who it is.
So ma'am, if you want to, I think what they're saying is if you want to come up to
Yes,
discuss your
please.
written appeal. Oh,
Oh,
That's okay.
You were discussing me, and I guess I felt compelled
sure.
to maybe answer the zoning question. I was also gonna speak to the future land use map, where I become park, but I decided I'll
she
wait.
wants, if she doesn't want it. I'll leave it up to you if you want to come up front and talk though, ma'am. Okay.
That's okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this for tonight?
I mean, I don't think it's reasonable to assess a single family that much. I also don't think it's, yeah, I mean, it is a really complicated situation with potential future uses for that space.
Okay. Stephanie?
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Brooklyn?
None at this time.
Sarah?
Scroll up on the map, please. So we're not assessing ponds currently? Why not?
Special Assessment Commission felt that was a citywide assessment, not directed to the benefit of the district.
What do we want to do about that? That contradicts our policy directly. All due respect.
We talked about that earlier
Yeah,
tonight
that-
through scenarios.
So that's when Brent discussed right away the overarching
Okay.
considerations for the council. This would be one of those considerations. There were three main ones, one of which is, does the council desire to levy assessments on the pond lots? And so that's something to consider for all the districts that do have those pond lots. And then obviously the contribution for regional construction costs from 25 to 30%, and then the local storm sewer, sanitary sewer, whatever the conversation was on that. So those apply to all of these, so good point to bring that up.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
And then, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify. So Ms. Fox filed a written appeal, so I just want her to know that now would be the time for her to
Yeah.
present anything if she wanted to.
I think I did read her
Yeah, I did
appeal.
We've read
And
it.
I did call her and have a conversation with her last week.
Okay.
But they're not gonna have another opportunity to speak. Tonight's it. So
Understood.
do we need to go get them?
I'll leave that, Joel, I mean, you can remind them if you want real quick, you're closest to the exit.
Would you
from it.
please run out and let them know that
Thank you,
tonight
Joel, I appreciate you.
is the night that they can speak, and that we were simply asking them to wait until all information was presented?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'll just make this comment one time. You are right, we completely went against the standard guidelines on this after, I think there's been 9 meetings that we've had about this, and I've talked to, I think it's fair to say, several hundred residents, and the belief is that the value and the benefit of a pond lot is for 100% of where the water retained, which is the local development. And so people who didn't have contributions from the city or tax dollars to pay for their sanitary sewer, overland flooding, anything else that it might be, they didn't want to have to pay for it. So when you looked at this, we basically said take a black field, turn it into a development, and you have to put some kind of retention pond on it. Why should anybody other than that development pay for it? And that's just been the unanimous stance on it. And then it gets really complicated when we start talking about putting fish in it, which is going to come up in one of our discussions later about who really benefits from a beautiful pond by The city benefits on taxpayer dollars by maintenance, which we tried to address in one way, shape, or form as a commission. Because we do believe that if we can lower taxpayer dollars on an easy maintenance by one lot versus, 5 little ones, but the beautification of it, the wildlife, geese actually a nuisance, we thought maybe a negative factor there. And then the study that our attorney did to look back and find that there's such a small percentage of recreational value, and it goes proportionately, the closer you are to the pond, the more benefit you get of the recreational value. So after all of those things came into it, we felt very strongly benefit, strictly benefit only. There's no benefit outside of a region for a pond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I was curious about that.
All right.
Joe, come back.
Joel hasn't come back in. So, with that, I don't believe we are gonna make any, motion on that tonight. Oh, they are back. I will hold off for a second.
We wanted to make sure that you understood that tonight's the only opportunity that you have to talk about your objection. And while we've read it, if you're uncomfortable speaking, we understand, but we wanted to make sure we were clear that you had the opportunity.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm a single family resident. I was rezoned without my permission and without my consultation. And I'm looking all this up. I don't know anything about looking back at the meetings. I don't know anything about looking back at about the city council notes. I can look up the North Dakota Century Code and I can access that and I can see what errors I think were made. But one of the things I want to talk about is it was mentioned that special assessments and zoning are based on the future land use map. And this is the only thing that really hurts the most out of this stupid enormous dollar amount is that my home is made into a park. I am wiped off of the map. There's roads across my south boundary. There's roads right across my east boundary going to my neighbor's house, but it has to go right along my fence line. And if you look and continue on looking through the future land use map, across my property is written the word future park without consulting me. How is that possible? Who did that? Who erased me from my own home?
Hundreds of your peers in this town came together and don't, this
Yeah,
isn't, I'm not
just
attacking
like hundreds of peers erased me in the Dawes Act.
They erased me too.
Yeah, I'm done.
They erased me too, because
Okay.
I live in an area that is also being impacted by the future land use map. Not today, not tomorrow, but 45 years from now.
Were you consulted and were you aware of this?
I was a part of the group
Okay,
that
there.
met.
Thank you for your comments. And I would really appreciate this stuff in writing so that I can take a look at it. And I will read through this and I will read through it in a timely fashion. Thank you.
This was something that was done when,
I appreciate your comments. I will read through it in a timely fashion.
I won't be submitting anything to you.
Thank you. I will not read through it.
It is something.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. All right, with that, unless there's anything further to be discussed on 66th, I don't.
No, I would like to clarify that.
Okay.
For the benefit of everyone else in this room, that when our former mayor was here, and I was on this council, Mayor Corey Peterson called together a group of people. He reached out to our entire community and said anyone that would like to have a part in the future planning of what Horace looks like 45 years from now, feel free to come down to City Hall. It was called Envision Horace. Correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't even on council at the time. I had just moved to the area in 2016. And I went down there along with several hundred other people, and they asked us, what do you want Horace to look like? It wasn't that we rezoned anything. It wasn't that we made changes without anyone's knowledge. People said, we'd like to see a grocery store here. We think that this should be the center of town. We think that this would be a nice parkland down the road, right? She wouldn't let me finish, and so she wasn't able to hear the explanation, but those were innocent discussions that at that time were supposed to be 45 years down the road, right? And that was 10 years ago. Here we are 10 years later, and so much of the growth of Fargo and West Fargo is landlocked, and now we are facing a really difficult situation where all of this growth is not going north, it's coming south. And so what we thought was 45 years down the road has already started a mere 10 years later. And I wanted to explain to Terry, who's obviously very emotional, and I would be too. I too live on a larger lot in this development, and I'm one of those people whose box is red on the future land use map, which means my whole neighborhood's gonna be commercial someday, sooner than later, right? I'm fortunate. My daughter's 4 years away from graduating high school, and when that happens, I don't know where I'll end up. If it'll be here, if it'll be somewhere else, if it'll be south, north, who knows? Not everybody's in that predicament. And so I wanted an opportunity to explain to her how it came about and what we're facing as a town, and the difficulty that we have as a council, and the difficulty that we have in getting time with our legislators to help them to understand how this impacts people. And as a council, we're forced to look at the majority instead of the individual. I take that a little personally because I think I'm just as important as she is. And I think she's just as important as I am, regardless of whether a table separates us, right? But it's a really harsh reality, and there's some really, really tough decisions that we have to make here. So I hope everyone understands the situation that we're faced with. It doesn't lessen the responsibility or the burden that we have as a council, but I wanted to explain how it came about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jim, go ahead.
Was the discussion finished on the load factor on those or not? Just looking for some direction.
I'd like to see the load factor, if we're not gonna do a deferral, I'd like to see the load factor lifted. I'm open to discussion on it, though. It is a single-family home right now.
Are they the only ones that's left single family there?
Owned by the homeowner, yes.
Owned by the homeowner?
No, there's actually
yes,
two,
there's two,
there's
yes.
two properties, and then there's a few properties that are owned by a developer. Maybe a bit of a gray area, but they are homes, and there's people living in the homes, so. And then there's one on the west, on the east side of your Adelman's neighborhood too, Sarah.
And you were forced to look at it as a overall value instead of individual situation, benefit of the land.
We had several situations like that where you had to look at the benefit of the lot, and that's also where we defer though to one-offs. Because if you're gonna go against policy, we'd rather have the city council do that than, try to do it as a norm. And so there'll be some cases like tomorrow and even on west of Cheyenne, where there's cases that a policy just doesn't fit certain situations, so we're looking to the guidance of the city council to make that. If I knew that we had the opportunity for deferral, those are great opportunities. I think you gotta look at it.
Yeah.
As far as fairness goes. I just don't know where you put the burden of that. Where you put the burden if you have someone who lives in a house across the road and.
That's right, because then it falls on everybody else.
The balloon doesn't get smaller, it just gets pushed somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
How do we be as fair and unbiased as we possibly
And
can?
Jim, could you maybe run some calculations? I don't know if you did.
We got some rough numbers,
Yeah,
maybe.
I think I asked Jim to run some numbers.
So basically, we see a reduction. We'll start on right underneath the 73rd Avenue. Basically, it's a third. So what was 106 is down to 39. What was
And this is
123 is like 44. 231, 73. 234, 85.
And it goes for all of the lots in red there?
Yeah.
And then,
Okay.
and then can you also address what impact it has on the other lots, average lots? We talked about that too.
$250.
$250.
Oh. So reducing the load factoring on what is future mixed use, all of those in red?
No,
Just the
on
south.
Just the ones
Just
with the
south.
homes.
West corner.
Just the ones with the homes?
And this one.
Okay. That, okay, that adds about $250 on the other homes, but we still haven't put money toward the pond lots or added that extra 5%.
Correct.
Okay.
When you say 250 on the other residents, you're talking to their actual assessment, or are you talking what their possible monthly
No, no.
addition?
Total assessment up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Approximately, because like Brad said, it's squeezing the balloon.
But also again, with increased contribution to construction costs and potentially the pond, it might minimize or reduce that in general.
Mm-hmm, right. I would be interested in that. I think we should explore this further, but I think that's a very promising first step, still potentially differing.
So, just so you're aware, with deferments, city has to carry that cost. And then, in addition, it's one of those, if it does, like the deferment was to go away at a certain point, that's something that it is administratively a lot more difficult. So there are greater chances of like an error of it not being applied timely, or if we're not notified, say there is a situation where, like was discussed, if it's sold off to somebody for development, are we notified of that in a timely fashion to where we can actually have that reinstated within that district, or not district, to the county for having that special assessment go on the rolls. In addition, how is that applied in those later years of the bond? So just a few things to keep in mind. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure you're aware of those. Not saying, hey, do it or not. It's just I want to make sure you're aware of each of the impacts.
And all but 2 of those properties are developer-owned.
Understood.
So
Correct.
reasonable deduction, it's a matter of time.
I get it. I also look at,
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not being the enemy, because I'm one of them down the road, trust me.
I understood. And just to clarify, like I said, I have a larger lot. Mine is in the middle of a development, though. I'm not on any major road. But I was just being honest, disclosing it. If I were to go with a deferment, I would have to put some sort of guidelines in place. Not caring whether it was a developer or not that bought it next, that they would pick up those costs that had already been paid, that had been carried by the city.
Oh.
And I don't know if we would actually, include interest with that, just try to get the money back. It's a way to try to figure out, once again, how do you make it fair?
Agreed.
Yes, I agree too.
Anybody want to trade spots?
Okay, any further discussion on this, or we?
I have none.
None.
Are we good now, Jim?
Lot to consider.
So we're gonna come back and show you removal of the load factoring, what that does to the whole district,
Yep,
and then the 5% additional
yep.
to the construction costs, and then ponds assessed for regional improvements, correct?
Okay. Perfect.
Regional or local? You said something
Oh, I was-
specific that you felt that it should be nothing beyond local.
Any water that goes into that pond should get a piece of the pie, and that's it. So if it's a local, that's where it goes. If it's regional, that's where it goes, but we'll leave it at that. And then, it's logic. If it drains your property, you should pay for it. If it doesn't drain your property, you shouldn't have any. You get no value of it. We can't legally apply it if there's no value to it. That's how we were told to do it. And we were told to put a $1 on it if that's the case, so that there could be future changes in the road. But if there's
no benefit to a lot of a project, you can't apply a dollar amount to it. So there's no value to anybody that doesn't get their water drained in a. That's, I mean, I guess, were we wrong on that? Like, what's the value of, to people outside of a local area if a water retention pond is to collect the water in that local area?
Unless the ponds are interconnected.
And you put fish in them?
No, has nothing to do with fish.
Well, but then, that's our whole point when you do that, because if there's no recreational value, then you pay for your pond, the next area pays for their pond, the next area pays for their pond. And there is value to the city of maintenance, and that's what we talked about, tax dollars, how do we adjust that? If it's gonna take less city taxpayer dollars to maintain one big lot as opposed to 10 little ones, there is a value on that, which we don't know what it would be, but we could even put it microscopic, but.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the view of the Special Assessment Commission was that by spreading out those costs, not on the pond, but on the district itself, that's where the benefit is going. So what we talked about earlier was the ponds getting an assessment. So the Special Assessment Commission took that off the ponds, put it on the district.
Okay.
That's where the difference is.
And so you're looking to us, or the discussion is, do we put an assessment on there and alleviate the district?
I guess, yeah.
In essence.
Yeah. I'm just looking for some guidance on it.
And we can use
Sure.
prairie dog funds?
You and
or
me
s-
both.
Can we use sales tax or prairie dog funds, to,
They looked at it strictly from
So-
a benefit
Yeah, they
standpoint.
did.
So when we
The
say,
education on that it does help, it makes more sense that the lots themselves are paying for some of it, but once again, we just went by benefit,
okay,
by policy.
so when we say city contribution, city funds, that could be anywhere from, we basically lump it together. So we don't call it out to specific projects for folks. Like when we do Prairie Dog, we'll try to put it towards one or two projects because of reporting wise. We have to report on prairie dogs to the state, or prairie dog funding. So our city cost share, when we're saying 25% construction costs or 30% construction costs, we're saying things, sales tax, general fund, it could be prairie dog funds. We had ARPA funds that we used up. It could be diversion settlement dollars, different things like that, depending on what little components that we have to look at and account for and hoops we may have to jump through to use those dollars. But we're looking at that holistically when we're talking about that with the public, not calling out saying, oh, we're going to use prairie dog for this one, sales tax for that one.
Right,
We
okay.
just use it as holistic
So
for
I
the
want to be,
council.
I want to be very clear. City contribution is not something that is outlined in our policy. It's optional, right? So, as a council, we're talking about city contribution across all of these projects to try to alleviate the burden, because we're in a position to do so, because our city is growing rapidly. I will tell you that there are many other communities in this state that don't even consider that. They don't have the means, they don't have the funds to do that. So there is no expectation outside of the obvious, where discussion was had and it was agreed to in a city council meeting that there would be a city contribution for Chestnut Ironwood, for any of these other developments for city contribution. So please keep that in mind, that we are going above and beyond any policy because we have the means to do so, and we are trying to alleviate the burden to the residents. Thank you.
Okay. Jim, you ready to move on now? Yep. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll just say, before we get into these next ones, I believe Councilmember Dwyer and I have had previous conversations with conflicts of interest, and there will be a conflict of interest for these next two projects with Wall Avenue East and West. So my understanding is she will be recusing herself from discussion and action on these two districts.
yes.
Understood. Thank you. All right, with that, Jim, You leading this one?
All right, Mr. Mayor, sure. Third project we have is Storm and Street Improvement District number 2022-3, Wall Avenue East from the Cheyenne River to Cass County Highway 17. This project consisted of the construction of a section line arterial road between County Road 17 and the Cheyenne River. Method of assessment was an equivalent unit spread out over the area. We had undeveloped areas that were assessed using the special assessment policy. We had single-family residential developed as 1 per parcel. Single-family residential non-developed is 3 units per acre. Developed multifamily and mobile home parks is 1 per unit. So what that means is that apartments was 1 per unit and trailer houses and mobile homes were 1 per structure. Public, park, ponds, emergency services, lift station, churches, et cetera, were 3 units per acre with a load factor of 2. And other, public, city hall, public works, non-developed multifamily, schools, industrial, commercial, and mixed use were calculated as a 3 units per acre with a load factor of 3. There were double fronting properties where a single owner owned one in front of the other. Those were removed by the Special Assessment Commission. And they also, let me bring up the map here. Took that into account on some of the other parcels, like the stormwater ponds were 0. Parks were assessed per the park. Fire department was assessed as a public. HOA lots in Lost River West were factored as a other, which is a 3 units per acre times a load factor, and then redistributed out amongst those areas where they are. I know that's a topic for discussion tonight, is the density of those and if they should be assessed. So we'll talk about that. And then there's some future development that has master planned and plats submitted that the Special Assessment Commission worked off of for their best information. So there has been some additional information with future editions of Lost River and Lost River West that we haven't been reflected into this. So we're looking for some direction from the council on that.
Rachel, can I have the West one too?
The direction from council, is that in your summary sheet, the questions, or no?
No, it's come up in the written objections that we'll talk about.
Okay. Oh, I have it. Oh, you have it? Okay. Okay. All right. Are you just looking for our questions now, Jim? So the current numbers as provided, we would go from 25 to a 30% of construction cost, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Pond lots as well.
And the pond lots.
Okay, I do have some questions. I am wondering why the FM diversion was left at 0.
Typically land owned by the Water Resource Board or any area that moves and conveys water is not assessed.
Okay, but what about the green space around it? I mean, they have a regional recreation plan that is sitting out on MetroCog right now. So they are going to be utilizing that space for recreation. If we are assessing parks, why are we not assessing them?
With your direction, we will.
Okay.
This is something that hasn't been done in the past.
I mean, can I ask Brad what the logic was in doing?
That is news that we were not privy to that you brought up.
Yep.
Okay.
And we stayed with the idea that it was strictly for water use.
I mean,
It's not.
the water, I can
It's out
see
there.
the water being a 0, obviously, it's underwater. But there is going to be a recreational component around that diversion. They do have listed out on the MetroCog website, master plan is what they call it, So I would like to ask the council to consider assessing the dry spaces that are going to be utilized for that recreational plan.
Would you look at, like, our area, we'd look at, is there access to the roads, is it usable for public? That type of thing.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
mean,
more-
they have, I mean, I feel like they have a road going out there.
Direct access.
You know, direct access.
I drove it last night, just to confirm.
So that's my opinion. I don't know how the rest of council feels about that, but I've been looking at that and I've been kind of stewing about why they are allowed to, I mean, they're essentially gonna be just like park, in my opinion. So, I think we need to take a look at that if you guys are willing to look at that with me.
So noted.
I agree.
Let me ask the question then, while you're on that specific topic, Naomi.
Okay.
Benefit, does it have any listed benefit on there right now for us to be able to move that needle?
Jim, did you hear that one? Because I don't know. Do those properties have a benefit amount listed on them?
How do I do that then
Yeah,
if you
so
told me?
So that is the issue that we'll have. Because as I stated right away in the conversation, if the benefit value is set at 0 or set very low, the council cannot
I'm just gonna say I'm very frustrated with that because I had conversations with city staff and I asked them to speak directly to the SAC members. I wanted to be able to assess them. And now they're at a 0 and you're telling me I can't.
And what
Why
are
don't we take a closer look at it?
yeah, we can. I was just wondering what the restrictions are that are prohibiting us from doing that. Is it a statute?
Yes, and that's what I got into right away. If the benefit amount, whatever that was set at, the council cannot change the list to have the assessment go higher than the benefit amount.
Understood, that's why I asked the question.
Great question.
We do have something else we need to talk about. And it's something that's been an issue since I started on council. And I think the clock's running out as far as I'm concerned. I'd like you to scroll down to Wall Avenue, please. And I want you to scroll right there. So there's a horse farm here somewhere. Great big parcel, right? Is that in this improvement district?
Yes.
Is it in the other improvement district?
Yes.
Okay. That particular piece of land has been a discussion as long as I've been on this council, which is coming up on almost 8 years. And they've been excluded time and time again because they're not a part of the city. And I can tell you that I went through the extremely painful process of working with the residents of Lazy A and Westwood, the Apple Orchard, not that long ago, to go through annexation. And it was an arduous process. I can't tell you how many nights I spent in driveways and on people's porches and on the phone and hearing concerns and, you know, if we do this, if we willingly come into the city, we're gonna be assessed, and we've lived here for 25 years and 30 years. Well, guess what? This horse farm's been here for a long, long time. And we've approached them repeatedly about coming into the city. We've offered time after time to come to the meeting table and try to come to some sort of an agreement so that it would be fair for each and every person. We are now faced with a situation where we have growth on the south, on the east, on the north, and very soon on the west. Which means we're in a situation where we need to enter into some discussions, Lucas, with their attorney and their representatives to bring them into the city. And the clock is ticking. It has been ticking. This has been going on for several years. So I need some recommendations on how we do that, because October 21st is just around the corner.
Sure. And so to add some context to that, I have had conversations with the property owners. I would say the more serious conversations in terms of working out an annexation agreement with the property owners started last year. And we did have good back and forth on it. We had an agreement, a draft agreement that was sent back and forth. It was never sent to the council, so nothing has been finalized with it. And so what we had the Special Assessment Commission do for that property is just consider the basic terms of that agreement, the draft agreement, when they came up with their special assessment list for these projects, knowing that this property is not annexed into the city, meaning that whatever the council decides is a fair assessment on that property, the city cannot collect on that until such time as the property is annexed into the city. And so it becomes a balance of trying to get them annexed into the city versus what is a fair assessment based on other properties in this area or those that are included in this district. And so that is those are conversations that I have had with the property owners. They have now hired an attorney to represent them. I have had conversations with that attorney on the agreement. We've made additional changes to the annexation agreement and have had some back and forth. We actually had additional conversations today in terms of that annexation agreement, in terms of these districts, the conversation that the council is having tonight, the appeals that were filed with the city, because some of those appeals obviously referenced their property, so I wanted to let opposing council know that there could be changes to this parcel's assessment just based on some of the appeals that were presented, and opposing council was willing to engage in additional conversations. And so I thought it was productive. I informed him that the council is obviously meeting tonight, likely would not be taking action on any of the lists tonight, and that we could continue with our discussions after this meeting with the input that the council receives tonight. Input meaning any aggrieved parties that filed those appeals. Why did you file the appeal? What is your position on it? And then we can make adjustments and have additional conversations. So to trying to answer your question without giving you probably an answer that you really want, the black and white answer, that's kind of where we're at with this, and it's more of the conversation tonight, and then I'll go back and have a conversation with him, and we'll continue working on this.
I appreciate that, Lucas, and while productive discussion is good, it doesn't help anyone else around this property that's carrying the burden, right? We talked about the balloon effect. You squeeze one end of it and it just goes to the other end, right? So I want to take a real good hard look at that. I'm going to ask the council to take a real good hard look at that. Is that zoned agricultural right now? Yes.
Is it zoned agricultural? What does the county tax it as, though?
It's zoned agricultural, and the future land use map indicates it as being agricultural. The county taxes it commercial, but we've not looked at how the county taxes things to do other assessments. And so, again, another consideration that the Special Assessment Commission had to consider with, again, the information they had. How is it currently zoned? What does the future land use map indicate it being zoned in the future?
And I appreciate what the Special Assessment Commission's done there, because you can only work with what you've got.
We assessed it at per stall, right?
Right.
Was it 49 stalls or?
48 stalls plus one for the living quarters.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say that I'm uncomfortable with that. I'll let the rest of council decide how they feel. I don't think it's even close to what it needs to be, considering this is taxed commercially and the Budweiser Clydesdales stay there frequently, among other commercial clients. So with that being said, I want the council to consider a pretty fair reduced deal, maybe 50%, maybe another number, I don't know. I'll let the council have discussion. I'll engage in that discussion with the council. In the interest of willingly annexing by the 20th of October, before our evening meeting, our next meeting on October 20th at 6 o'clock. If they can come in by noon on the 20th, I think we'd be willing to give them a pretty decent deal on that. It would be higher than what the Special Assessment Commission recommended, lower than what a full assessment would be, and where that is, we'll have to agree to as a council. If not, I think that additional discussion needs to be had about the weight of the assessment that they carry. Is there anyone here that disagrees?
No,
I don't, no, I don't disagree.
Too harsh of a stance? Not harsh enough? This has gone on for years, and they've dragged their feet for years, and I understand why, and we've tried to work with people. We've really wanted to come to an agreement. We want to be amicable. These people have been here for a long time. But it's now a very dire circumstance, and other people are suffering because of it.
And it is a difficult position. I'm sure nobody would be surprised to hear me say, I am not really overall very supportive of forcibly annexing people into the city. But with the circumstances as it arises, the train has already left the station on this roadway, on this land. And I don't really see any other choice moving forward. As Sarah mentioned, there were other multiple neighborhoods that were annexed into the city to accommodate. I know we've had a lot of discussion with them. I'd like to further continue the discussion, but I do think it also needs to be fair with regard to all the other residents that are in the district. The amount.
Any other comments?
No, I mean, you guys said it the best. I agree. I think that looking at the room full of people who are here for these districts, you know, they have to pay their share, and I feel strongly that we've tried working on this with them, and I share the same sentiment as Stephanie. I never want to forcibly annex. That's not something that I enjoy doing, but this is a big deal.
Thank you for the comments and for your support. I will take that prior to, Mr. Mayor, you asking for objection commentary. And I'm gonna ask the city and our legal staff to pursue additional discussions based on the premise of what you've just heard with, what do I call this, the Horse Barn Jubilee? How do I reference this specifically?
I know what it's Jubilee Equine Center, I know the property, but what is the number? You know, if the 41 units that were proposed under the terms of the agreement is not what the council necessarily desires, what is the number? Because under the special assessment policy, it would be essentially 168 units for the street use load factor, and then 56 units for water and sewer. So I need direction from the council if I'm going to engage in additional conversations based on these improvement districts, what that number looks like. And keep in mind, the draft agreement referenced all districts, all improvement districts, not just these two. And so, with it,
Split it up per each and treated it with the 40, whatever plus one.
You see this?
Mm-hmm.
You see this?
Mm-hmm.
and Mr. Mayor, I guess another idea that we could have is just to designate either you and a council member, or just you and I, to continue those conversations and then bring forth
This is where I was at.
information to the full council instead of us trying to negotiate this agreement right now without a party being present in this conversation. So that's another
And
idea.
I think there possibly are some residents that want us to potentially speak on this issue during the public hearing portion
Yep,
of it.
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. There may be ideas out there from
Yeah.
some of the appeals that were filed.
So, Mr. Mayor, just a reminder of the objections, so written objections for each district. So we do have a list whenever you guys are ready. It would be for the east wall project.
Sarah, were you done with your topic first?
Yeah, you or I can talk, or you can designate however you want. I do want to get this done.
Okay. We can both handle it. I'll make the time.
Okay.
All right. So you're finished now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna open it up now to public comments for people that have filed their objection letters. Go ahead and just show of hands real quick. Who wants to come up and speak? I'll start on the end down here. Come on up.
Oh, boy.
You're first. Name and address, please.
Good. I don't know if I put my name or address on my objection. So Corey Hodgson, 8940 Meadowlark Parkway. And
Is it
it
this
looks
one?
like it's like 8 pages
yeah,
long.
I wrote who is this at the bottom. Yeah,
Gotcha.
okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't put my name on that particular. I
you.
put it on the title, I think, but not on that. Right. First of all, I live way down in Meadowlark Park, or sorry, past Meadowlark Park, down in Lost River. I actually really enjoy this road. My kids can bike from my house all the way to the elementary school, and it's on a sidewalk the entire way, and the only place I have to cross the road is where that pedestrian sign was put in. And so I don't trust my kids biking, but that's, when I bike with them, it's awesome. I have 2 lots that still have to get developed, and then there'll be no more construction the entire way to school. So thank you for that. I do like that. Before this was done, I biked the kids in the gravel, and it was awful. I did it twice, and it sucked. And so I was one that wanted it done, and then once it got done, I don't want to pay for it. So just like everybody else here. Doing that, I do see others enjoy the road. I don't know the names of anybody really around here, but there's a lady that has a 3-legged dog that always walks on that sidewalk. And I love seeing it because my kids point it out, and it's just cute. It's fun that we see people walking and using that sidewalk. I have friends that live on the east side of town and on the Wall Avenue that doesn't have a sidewalk, and their kids bike to Meadowlark. And he says he never let the kids bike there before. Now that the road's done, they let them bike there. And so there's benefit across the entire city, which you guys all know already. So that's, I guess, first of all, I want to say thank you for doing it because it's a benefit. I do like it. My 5 points here, I guess you guys can kind of, I'm sure you've all read them already. I went through that spreadsheet pretty hard. I really enjoy spreadsheets, so I probably went way too deep into it based off of how it was being assessed. And so I really tried to look at the policy, what was written, and then how it was applied, and where it didn't make sense is where my questions came up. So first of all, I'm sorry if I was very accusative or anything like that. I just was passionate about it, and when I saw things, I wrote them down, and every time I looked at it, it seemed to find another question and another uncertainty of what it was. And so the first 2, I'll try to pair together. I'm not here representing the HOA. I'm just here representing myself. But when I look at those HOA lots, they're being assessed at 3 units per lot, and then times 3, or 3 units per acre, summed all together, times 3. So it's really 9 times it's getting charged. I think that's a lot for some green space and some sidewalks. There is, I think, 14 note lots. I may be wrong on the number exactly, but it's around 14 HOA lots that are being charged at like 32 units worth. So it's like 32 houses worth for green space with sidewalks and trees. And I would like if the commission would just put them to 1 unit. I think that's fair. They're not even big enough that you can put a house on any single lot. But those are all the pinkish purple ones there. So they're just along the roads. Some of them have sidewalks that tied to city sidewalks. Other ones are just sidewalks that people can walk down and enjoy. Being charged 3 times per unit times 3 acre, like 3 an acre, it seems excessive. I think that 1 unit per lot would be okay.
Give me a minute, Matt. Let him continue.
With it too, I believe my numbers are showing that on the Lost River West, those HOA lots are summed into ours. So we're paying for the area of the lots in Lost River West. And so that was one of my points there, that whoever you decide on the other one, I think that we should only be paying for HOA lots that are in our HOA, not on future lots that are potentially going to be there or not there. The other one that's probably going to be a little bit more spicy is in the policy, it says driveways are paid for by the homeowners of the roads. I think that's fair. It's in the policy. The people that live on the parcels, I'll say, that are on Wall Avenue, their specials are less than $2,500. There's no way you could put a cement on their driveways for $2,500. I think it should be, if the policy says it, you should stick to the policy. Otherwise, it leaves room for me to come up here and argue. Like, there's a policy that everyone should follow. Deviation should be that if it's not in the policy, you could change it and kind of move around it. So that's my other comment. The benefit factor, these look like they've maybe been adjusted since then too. The benefit factor that is being applied doesn't really match, I don't think, what's getting assessed. And the reason I say that is the benefit factors on these lots they're insanely high. There's a 2.5 acre lot on the east side of the river that says there's like a $900,000 benefit to it. How are you gonna, it's over a 25-year period, but like that 1 acre is saying, or sorry, one lot is $900,000 of benefit, whereas in Lost River, there's a lot that's 0.18 acres, that the benefit they're showing is $100,000, but yet they're getting charged the HOA and all these other fees of about $5,000. Numbers are being rounded, but it's not proportionate. So in one way we say the benefit has to match what you're being assessed. If you can't show the benefit to the assessment, you can't assess them that much. Well, what about on the other end where you're saying there's a huge benefit to this lot, but then you're just assessing them a little bit? That doesn't seem fair either.
Can you point out the properties you're referencing?
Whichever one's a 2.5 acre. I didn't try to look at the houses. I looked at the spreadsheet more. If you look at my map.
At the certification?
Yep, so if you look at my last page,
Okay.
and kind of zoom in on it there. The fourth from the bottom, yeah, right about there, you can see that the benefit is shown as $923,000.
Jim, could you,
But they're getting assessed $2487.
do you know what property that is, Jim?
No. Not looking at the spreadsheet.
Okay, okay.
So then two down, the $101,000 benefit is the lot that's 0.18 acres. And so that lot's being charged at $4,000, but yet it's only got $100,000 of a benefit to it. And the huge benefits coming out of the third one over is the big numbers are all for stormwater. Well, Lost River's stormwater doesn't even go on the east side of the river. It goes to our pond that we've already paid for. And so I don't understand how that's being factored out there.
We have explanation on all of these. I am eyeballing that $900,000 one, but also there's one above it that's $740,000. And I'm not sure what all these columns are, so
Yep.
scroll back out so I can see.
Sure, the numbers are being raised up because of that benefit of the storm is based off their acreage. So it goes to if you have a big lot, you pay more. On this project, if you have a big lot, you don't pay more for stormwater. Even though it rains everywhere the same amount, it's just a unit factor. You have one lot, you pay one factor. But on all the other projects, it's based off of acreage.
It's an
Brett.
interesting point,
Yeah.
because we talked about it on one of the other projects. And if I'm on a 1 acre lot and my neighbors are on a 1/2 acre, there's that much more water running off of my lot.
But that's not what he's getting at. He's getting at that it's an equivalent unit assessment.
Right.
So it shouldn't be by area, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, rather than area be
I'm-
one equivalent unit.
And when I look, the policy doesn't show a unit factor. It's only area. And if I'm looking, it's at the 2022 policy that stormwater is assessed off of acreage, not off of units.
Good talking point.
Interesting. Okay. I'm listening.
Yeah, we'll look at it.
Last piece is on that same, on this, my same arguments, whatever they're called, my same notes. Number 5, in the project, it says Wall Avenue is a project driver, but then in their formula, the project driver doesn't get carried through. So all the houses that are on Wall Avenue say it's a project driver, yes, but it's not assessed at a 0.5. Only Lost River is assessed at a 0.5.
This was the previous version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's where it just doesn't, that's my questions, I guess. There you go.
No, you're good. Go ahead and explain that, Jim.
We talked about what was, so when it was originally proposed, there was a 1.5 on the projects along, or the parcels along Wall Avenue.
Yep.
Just as kind of a placeholder for discussion that they are on directly accessing this project. And the discussion that was had was, is there more benefit to those project parcels or not? We only had the project driver to kind of call that out.
Sure.
Well, ultimately, they determined that there wasn't, the Special Assessment Commission that is, determined that there wasn't more benefit aside from the driveways, which you brought up and got applied. We went out and measured all those driveways.
Okay.
And got that applied into this. That the driver, the quote driver was removed from those parcels. They didn't feel like there was additional benefit to those properties. So that's something that I'm not sure if the council agrees with that or not, but that's what the way the Special Assessment Commission looked at it.
Yeah, that's something that's in discussion right now.
Okay.
So, good.
Yeah, and this
did
is
your
not an easy
homework.
job for you guys.
You
and
did
so,
your homework.
So thank you. I spent way too many hours working on this, and it was interesting. I don't want your guys' job. It's hard.
Do you want a job as a special assessment coordinator?
Not at all.
We're hiring.
But the last piece I will say, like, about this Wall Avenue, like, I don't want to give them any more specials, but they're never going to get a local. And so, you know, I'm on Wall Avenue, or sorry, I'm in Lost River. I have 5 different specials for that development of 4th and the 1st and the 7th edition and my locals. And I was here last year talking to almost all of you, I think. Against all those, these guys kind of got a Cinderella story. They have to pay a little bit, but there'll never be another road assessment on them. There'll never be water and things like that, where their amount of specials out of this project is.
You mean on the
is
east
pretty
side?
cheap. Yeah, on the east side. These houses.
I would say all of those homes paid their locals when they built their homes. Just because they built their homes many, many years ago doesn't mean they didn't have costs at that time.
But there's
especially paving of east.
But there's a new
itself,
curb and sidewalk and road that's put there now.
precipitated by the need for the development on the west side of the road.
According to the benefit, they still received a benefit from it, though.
And they're paying some.
A very much smaller percentage than we are. That's all I wanted to say there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Anybody else have any
questions for me
questions
at all?
for him?
No, Corey, go ahead.
No, I'll wait.
I just wanted to say I really thank you for reaching out to me.
Yeah.
We've had some really good conversations, and I definitely think you make some good points with some of the HOA lots. I do want to make sure Lost River West HOA lots are not included in the Lost River assessment. And then, do we need to look at these driveways? I'm kind of.
It's in the policy.
I mean, but why are they so low? Like, if.
But my understanding is the portion that has been concreted is currently owned by the city now, the right-of-way. We
Not
paved the right-of-way,
necessarily.
correct? Well, pretty much, right?
So the way the policy is that if you were to put in a new subdivision, like when Corey built his house, he was responsible for his driveway from the back of the curb all the way to his garage.
Yep.
So when the city came by and replaced the curb, or the sidewalk driveway on the adjacent properties to Wall Avenue, that would be a local cost to them. That's why we went out, measured it, and applied the cost to those parcels. It varies because some are wide, some are not wide, some are longer, some are not longer. So it's still the residents, I guess. I wouldn't call it the cities, so to speak, but we did take that into account.
So
Now-
they are paying for their
apron.
apron.
Yeah, yeah.
Now they are, not in the numbers I brought up. The numbers I brought up, they
Okay,
weren't.
okay.
He made new numbers.
They were
Yep.
adjusted.
So-
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I
We
think
didn't.
SAC did
Now-
adjustment,
Yep.
yeah.
When it comes to the next project, we didn't do that on the west side because we weren't directed to. But when we were talking about this today and going through Corey's notes, it triggered something in our head that, hey, should we apply this to the west too? We can deal with that on the west project. But I wanted to talk with you guys a little bit about the HOA lots, because I talked to the resident out there earlier today who brought up the point that for local improvements, it makes sense to assess HOA lots. They've got the curb and gutter, they've got the sidewalk, they've got whatever. Does it make sense to assess them on a regional project? They aren't really a destination out there. They really aren't generating anything to the project. They're just making the area look nicer. So, not to throw things your way, but something for
Yeah.
discussion as well. Is there a regional benefit to an HOA lot at all?
Yeah, that's a good,
It's my understanding that there's been some requests to dissipate the costs of the assessment on the HOA lot to the development itself. Is that a correct statement?
That was for local improvements. This is the
Local
first
improvements.
go-around where we have regional improvements on those HOA lots.
I mean, what's your thought, Jim, on the fact that they are assessed at an other level, which then is 3 units per acre times 3? I mean, what's your thought? That's,
Given the matrix that we had to work with, it
Right.
fit other. Does it make sense for it to be a 1? Yes, I don't see any reason why it couldn't be.
and SAC defined it as another, and thus that is why it got the.
Yeah.
Okay.
It fit into that category.
So you assess them at a 1 and then spread those costs out amongst the rest of the neighbors?
If we're directed to, we would, yeah.
well, if they aren't technically, if they aren't technically going to be a part of that development, then it should be over the whole project.
You're gonna get a lot of kickback on that.
Well, I mean,
I'd kick back on that all day long.
I mean, I guess I don't understand why we would keep, like, you're taking a dollar amount and you're, so if you're gonna take it off the HOA lot, then you have a bucket of money, right? That's for the project. The project's one project.
Yeah, but who's a part of that HOA? The
But-
residents
but they wouldn't
outside
be-
of that development
But they
have
wouldn't
no
be
part
the
to that
HOA
HOA.
though. I guess I'm just kind of confused on why it stays in one district versus both if it's for the entirety.
Or do you mean one develop, you know what I mean? I see what Sarah's saying too. Either within the development where the HOAs are or within the entire boundary of the district.
Right.
I guess that's the
I'm sorry,
question.
say again, Stephanie?
Is that what you're saying? You know, I
I
mean,
am.
it's if the dollars are just distributed within the development that the HOAs reside in or within the entire district. And I don't know the answer. I don't know the best answer either.
To be continued. Okay, let's
Yeah.
keep moving.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see you have a question. It's up to you, Jeff, if you want to entertain it at this
Are
time.
you gonna speak later on?
I am, I was gonna ask in context of the HOA lot, but I can speak later on.
Can you conclude that in your 3 minutes later on?
If I have time.
Okay. Any other any other comments?
Just for Jim, the two HOA lots on Wild Rose, I believe they're getting assessed back to the parcel, and so, as I just wanna look at, is it getting applied to everything at a 0 and then going that way, or those two? And it's the one that has the lift station for the city that's on it.
Those were added at the end, so
And so-
they may have been changed.
Yeah, so just
Yeah, we did-
take a look at those two.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
seriously, you want a job
I'm
doing this
serious.
every year?
We're about to hire you.
Mostly volunteer work here.
Oh, well, hi Jack, how you doing?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jack Dwyer, I filed a written appeal on behalf of the Samuelson Trust, Winnie Development 2, Inc., Beaubear Properties LLC, and Troy Properties LLC. Tonight, with our time, Tom Samuelson, the president of Winnie Development and a trustee of the Samuelson Trust, will be addressing the council, and our attorney, who's taking over this appeal, Tammy Norgard, will be addressing the council as well. Before I turn over the mic, I just wanted to talk about the HOA issue just briefly. If you could just please turn the map to, Lost River West there. So, if you could zoom in on that, like, north 20 acres. In the written appeal, I guess we demonstrated that, so like River's Edge 2 was paying around, $9,500 between the two districts, or excuse me, River's Edge 1 was paying around $9,500 between the two districts. Because of these 7 HOA lots there, these lots in Lost River West on the north side of the road are paying around $13,000 a lot. And if you zoom in, I mean, those things are maybe 20 feet wide. They wouldn't provide any additional lots if they weren't provided. And so, like, the triangles on the corners, those would just be added to a lot. You wouldn't get another single-family home out of those. Same with those entrances. I mean, instead of having 150 feet deep lots, you have 130 feet deep lots. And the purpose of the HOA lots is just to provide beautification. So it provides a nicer development, which I think you guys like. So to me, for the regional projects, like Jim was saying, the local projects, those lots are provided with storm infrastructure. They're provided with road frontage infrastructure. So it would make sense for them to be assessed for local. And we have asked in the past that those be reduced to 0, and then those assessments are grossed up against the rest of the private lots so that it doesn't get assessed, or so that those assessments aren't paid out of HOA fees. But in this case, for a regional project, you know, it would make sense for somebody in Lost River West to pay the same thing as River's Edge. You know, they shouldn't pay more just because there's some beautification there. And so with that, I guess I'm going to turn it over to Tom Samuelson, unless there's any questions.
No questions.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I'm Tom Samuelson, President of Winnie and trustee of the Ed Samuelson Trust. I've often heard Winnie Development, or the Samuelsons, referred to as developer. Okay, I want to set the record straight. You know, we, my family, longtime Horace landowners, we purchased the land, or, you know, we've had the land since 1891. We accumulated the rest of our land over the next century, and we're not developers. When we had a development on 3 sides of us, my mother was thinking about selling the land to another developer. She decided to keep the land in our family and subdivide it ourselves. We've worked very hard and dealt with a lot of stress to create Lost River development. Anyone who has been through this kind of thing and knows we've created a gem out there. It's nice out there. Unlike the subdivisions next to us, River's Edge, Lazy A, Westbrook, Apple Orchard, we annexed our property into the city when it was time to subdivide. And we exceeded the design standards that existed at the time for Horace. Public landscaping, the park, all worked for years on that. Put our own money at risk in designing that park. We designed a wide range of high-end river lots and starter homes also. We created a good community. Now, it's never our intention to have other properties get hit with significant special assessments, but we have consistently pushed for a fair allocation of costs of paving the Wall Avenue, since it serves a number of communities. But before subdividing Lost River, Wall from 17 to the bridge was paved, but the pavement was narrow, lacked any sidewalks, and broke up routinely. The gravel road west of the bridge served 3 subdivisions: River's Edge, Lazy A, Westbrook, approximately 50 houses, and the commercial Horace boarding facility. While the gravel road routinely filled with potholes, again, this was before this subdivision of Lost River. My point is that Wall Avenue was substandard road and served a city. We didn't feel safe letting our grandkids go to town on it. The idea that Lost River caused the construction of Wall Avenue is misplaced. Our city has a Cheyenne River running through town. Wall Avenue is our corridor road that provides one of the city's 4 crossings over the Cheyenne River. Lost River provided rooftops necessary to make the improvements to Wall Avenue economically feasible. I want to touch on benefits for residents on the east side of the river. A number of adults have indicated they don't drive the road west on Wall, yet the kids do. You know, I have grandkids in Lost River. They have friends that visit from the east side of town all the time. In the future, Wall 81st will be paved to 76th. Dogwood will be paved to 100th. The youth baseball complex will be constructed in Lost River West. 76th will be paved to the Kindred Highway. The idea that your property east of the river doesn't have benefit to Wall Avenue West is a bit short-sighted. We annexed 300 acres in front of the Wall Avenue project to spread the cost of the project and reduce the cost per user. We met with the mayor, the council members, staff, and engineering to ensure that by expanding and improving the improvement district, we'd expand the project. Here's what the city has done. The city didn't extend the project to reach our land on the west side of the Cheyenne diversion, despite the fact that it was included in the improvement district. We still don't know if this was intentional or was just forgotten. The city split the project in 2 projects, not based on constructability, but to ensure that residents east of the river are precluded from paying the benefit derived from the construction of Wall Avenue west of the river, which is added cost to the project. The city designed a full concrete urban road spanning 4,950 linear feet, despite the fact that nearly 20% of the frontage wasn't actually in the city limits. The city turned a $10.5 million construction into a $17 million project cost. The total project was 1.6 times the cost of construction. And the appointed Special Assessment Commission was biased. Here's the results. The assessment determination by the SAC is not based on benefit. Lost River resident pays 4 to 5 times that of an Apple Orchard resident. Both residents use Wall Avenue every day. This violates the city policy of max project driver of 1.5. When the Jubilee property is developed, Lost River resident will be paying 4 to 5 times that of a Jubilee resident. Upon information and belief, Jubilee benefit of 41 is based on annexation negotiations, not benefit. This violates the benefit analysis and the city's special assessment policy. Special Assessment Commission failed to account for lack of infrastructure serving the land west of the Cheyenne diversion. This violates the city's benefit determination document. The Special Assessment Commission ignored the city's special assessment policy relating to assessment stormwater ponds. Ultimately, these decisions from the city and extreme bias has led to a proposed assessment against the land west of the Cheyenne diversion in excess of $5.2 million, despite the fact that we don't have a financially feasible plan or timeline to subdivide that property to cash flow that type of an obligation. I don't want to be here to challenge the city's actions. I'm not looking for a break. But you can't write a blank check to the project and hold my family and the residents that have invested in our neighborhood out there accountable. Our backs are in a corner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just so you know, too, Councilmember Landstrom and I had a conversation about her employer representing property owners in these next two improvement districts. I've determined that it is not a conflict of interest. So just so everyone knows that we have had that conversation, and that is the typical process that we follow. If the council members think that there is a conflict, they consult with me, and then I make that recommendation to them. So with Ms. Norgard representing these individuals and working for the same firm as Councilmember Landstrom, no conflict of interest. So just to clear that up.
All right, my name is Tammy Norgard. I'm an attorney with the Bogle Law Firm, and I'm here representing the 4 clients that Mr. Dwyer stated, and also I'll just note that it's for both projects, this project and the next one. And so I'm only going to speak once. I'm not going to talk twice. I just want to have a little attitude in hitting the issues for the 4 clients. I think, and you did hear from Mr. Samuelson on the extreme amount of assessments that are being imposed here. And when you look at, there's sometimes a 300% difference on one side of the river than on the other for, similar property or a similar category of property. One's obviously vacant and it's 300% more of an assessment than if you're on the east side. And I hope that that gives you pause. I hope that that makes you think, wow, there could be something wrong with our policy, couldn't it? I mean, is that really fair? Does that seem reasonable? And I think the answer is no. And I think that, and I will tell you, I haven't spent too much time on this yet, so I don't know everything. I haven't looked at everything. But in what I have looked at, and I've done a lot of work with special assessments, I mean, it looks like there's kind of a compilation of things that are coming into play here. And one is, as was discussed, there's 2 separate, this was one project, the road project that was supposed to go across the diversion and onto the west side so they could develop. There was an agreement or a conversation. They agreed to annex their property and the road was going to come in so they could develop their property in 2015. It's still not, there's still not happening. And the problem with that is, there was an agreement and they agreed to be assessed, and here they're getting assessed and they don't have the benefit of that.
I'm sorry, what agreement are you referencing?
When the Samuelsons agreed to have their property annexed for development, and there was going to be an annexation, and as part of the annexation, then they could be assessed for benefits. And the plan was that they would develop the property and be assessed benefits. And my point is just being that I'm not saying there was a written agreement of any point. There was conversation.
That's what I was asking.
Yep.
I want to make sure I'm clear.
It was that was the conversation. That's why they did what they did. That's why they agreed to annex. That's how they were, encouraged to annex, agreed to annex. And it's a relevant fact here because they're still sitting there and the road didn't go over the Cheyenne diversion. They have not been able to have the benefit of that. And so my point is that they're also getting assessed this kind of, I'd call it an adder, your project driver, a 1.5 on everything on the east side. And these are all these lots that haven't been developed yet on the west side. They didn't have a road developed, and yet they're having this adder. In addition to the fact, since they divided it into 2 projects, then they get 100% of everything on the west side, right? And then they're also paying a 1.5 project driver for everything that's happening on Wall Avenue. And my point is that it's causing an undue increase in what they should have to pay. This is all contributing to why it's this 300% on the west side versus if you're living on the east side. And, I understand that people that have lived there for 20 years, sure, they've made payments on this road, this project, that project, but, they're still enjoying the expansion of the roadway. They're enjoying the curb and gutter. They're enjoying the nice roads. And there's just a payment that has to be made as things get improved. And the real issue here is, what are you assessing for? You're assessing for benefit. What is the benefit per parcel? a lot, a single-family home. How much does a single-family home use a roadway? And so how can you justify this project driver? I'm suggesting that your project driver is unconstitutional. And I think it's not addressed in your benefit policy, your benefit determination document. It's not addressed in your special assessment policy. I mean, I can't see in the limited documents I've looked at where you're establishing that you can find actual benefit, that it's more beneficial to people on the west side to have that road on Wall Avenue than it is for the people on the east side. I don't see that you have it anywhere to justify it. I think you add it, but I don't see a basis for it, because the basis, there's a Supreme Court case last year, and it said you can't just split the costs and find a formula and divvy up the costs. And I kind of think that's what it seems like is coming into play a bit here, in that I don't see anywhere where you're saying in your benefit determination, because you're on the west side, you actually get more benefit than people on the east side. It's not like that. It's not a who was here first, who built when. It's here's a house, here's a road, what's the benefit? And I'm saying it's unconstitutional, that if you're gonna say, no, because they were here first and because they were pre-existing, they get a break. You newcomers, the newcomer taxes, you have to pay extra. And so I do think that you have a big issue with that, and I think that that's something that from an appeal standpoint, you really need to look at, because you've adjusted your benefit document, and you have this document that says, hey, it costs this much to build a road. It costs this much not to have to travel on the gravel road. And you calculate all that, but how did you put this into east person, west person? And I just don't, I haven't seen it yet.
We, by the way, haven't done all those calculations. That's why we're meeting tonight.
Yep,
Just
and
so
I'm
you
raising
know.
the issue for you, so you ask the question and you say, is it really justified?
Right.
And, one of the other things, I'm glad you raised the horse barn issue. I think that's a huge issue. I mean, oftentimes, here you have a house, you have a metal building that could be moved easily, and really what you have is 80 acres of developable land, right, and a house. Well, if you look at the size of that 80 acres and you just go right across the diversion, there's a 20 acre, the Bow Bear, 20 acre, not developed, farmland. Okay, if you took that 80 acres and put the assessment that's on Bow Bear, you would end up with $2.1 million on the horse farm, on the equine, Jubilee equine, whatever it is. $2.1 million would be that assessment. They're getting $400,000. So when you were getting out your calculator, like how much would be reasonable?
400,000 is what was proposed,
Right.
and it has not been run through
Right.
city council yet for
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. I'm glad to have you clarify that. The point being, if this person just turns around and sells to a developer, oh, guess what? They just got the best bargain in the world, because they can turn it around. They can develop however many lots, maybe in competition with the other open lots out there, and then look at the incredible break that they got on their assessments, where you have people that have invested their entire life in your community, and you're building up that community, and they're paying the equivalent of 2.1 on 80 acres versus 400,000. And I think that's fundamentally unfair, but it's also arbitrary and capricious. And so I want to raise that. That again is something from an appeal standpoint, if we can establish that it's an arbitrary and capricious way to value something, that is something that it should not stand. And so I'm hoping that you'll look at it. Public property, I'm glad you raised that too. The Metro Flood diversion. I heard the comments about, well, we don't typically tax things or assess things that carry water or transfer water. Looking at, obviously there's going to be operation maintenance of the diversion structure itself, or the diversion channel, mowing. They need access, they need roads. And all the recreation facility, obviously you've looked at the park, the greenway area. I think that when you can look at a benefit to that, I don't think you can just automatically say, oh, zero. It's just zero, because does it increase the land or not?
Can I interrupt you for a
Sure,
second?
certainly.
So I guess I think you saw my little temper tantrum.
Yep.
Sorry about that, you guys.
I appreciated it.
I really don't know how to fix that now. So
So, I don't want to dig too far into the weeds here. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would have to carry the cost for a year and go through the whole process again okay, thank you, sir. I was just trying to figure out how we would solve that problem.
Yeah, because I agree.
Oh, okay.
I do want to raise just a conflict of interest issue too, because to the extent that Mr. Croker's being asked, you know, can we assess the diversion? His law firm also represents the diversion, and so I'm not criticizing his legal interpretation or anything like that, but I think that you might want to have, you know, just for his own protection
I just
and
want
his
to,
firm's protection.
I don't want to talk about, I don't want to get into that, but I will say, when it comes to the diversion, I specifically wanted to have that conversation. I am very upset that it didn't happen. I don't believe that was on our attorney. I've talked about that many times, and I think that I've always been told, well, you can, but I think there's this differential between sitting water and a dry piece of land, and I think there's always been confusion on that because if there's no benefit to water, but I really am talking about the land, and I am super frustrated. I just want to say that again because they have a recreational plan. It is on MetroCog, but I don't want to talk poorly of my city attorney.
And just
So
to
I would
provide
really
clarification, anytime there is any sort of issue with my law firm, diversion, City of Horace, we have a letter already where the city has an attorney in the cities
We
that will
do. We
that
do.
will handle any of those type of matters. So if there's a situation that arises, I consult with Brent and with the mayor, and we get the other law firm involved. So that is something that is addressed and looked at very carefully with our law firm.
It is, and thank you, Lucas.
And I guess the point on the recreational aspect, I mean, why would it be any different than your parks, the city parks? It shouldn't necessarily be any different. It's a park
Yeah,
facility, it's a
that's what I
recreation
said,
facility.
yeah.
The fact that it carries water, there's an exception in the Century Code for state-owned land that is, you know, a flood control structure or something like that, and state-owned land. This isn't state-owned land. This is political subdivision, can be assessed. So there shouldn't be any bar to that, and that's where when I was making the comment about the conflict of interest, my point was not that you know, that there's anything wrong with Mr. Croker's representation or comments or anything, but just that you should have somebody else look at it if you're going to follow up on it. I think that overall, if you look at the disparity in the assessments on east and west, I hope you will realize that there's something wrong here. $5 million in assessments. I mean, you can't assess more than, you know, the value, right? And the value that's added, not the value of the property, the value that's added. And I think that you've got kind of an issue here when you're just like, this is a crazy amount that's being assessed. And it makes it infeasible, and what's the remedy there? You know, who's gonna, if you put these assessments on it, even if they say, hey, we're out, we can't develop this at this price, what developer's gonna come in and buy it with a $5 million in assessments on there? It makes it unmarketable, so what do you have, tax forfeit property? I don't know. You know, who knows what the result is, but I'm just saying, this is an incredible amount of assessments. I think that the project driver should be removed. The people on the west all the western lots should not be paying the 1.5 for the Wall Avenue. I do think it's unconstitutional, but particularly because of the situation where they cut it in two to make sure that 100% of everything went on the parcels on the west, I think it just has contributed to this being pretty incredibly high. I think you should change the assessable units on the horse barn to at least 160. I think you should assess the metro flood diversion. And the HOA, last thing I want to ask or mention about the HOA, and I know I've seen some legal opinions on this with an HOA. The purpose of an HOA, you know, you get your own little, you own your own little lot, but it's almost like it's expanded into a little extra territory that you share with everybody else. And it can be viewed as it's an extension of your lot. So for the purpose of roads, how many, you know, you're just looking at each unit, right? So there's 20 houses. It's 20 houses worth of people that use the roads. The fact that there's an HOA lot doesn't add to your use of the road. It's just viewed as an extension of the road. I would say those HOA lots should be 0. And they should be 0 because it's not changing. You're still just the person that has the house. They just get a little extra room to move to share with people. And so I wouldn't even think you should look at it like, well, we need to reassess that. than against these HOA people. Because what you need to look at is one house, what's their benefit, whether they're east, west, HOA not. It's your house, what your economic unit should be. But then that open HOA space, you can't do anything with it. You're not gonna have sewer system on it. You're not having cars coming into the HOA lot. And so they actually are treated at times as just, you know, it's still the 20 homes that get assessed, but it's recognizing that instead of their lot being, you know, whatever, quarter of an acre, it's also uses a little bit extra because it's common ownership. They all own a share of it. So that HOA lot is actually, you know, can be deemed like a share of everybody's individual lots. So I think it should be 0, and I think there's law that would support that. That it doesn't justify any additional assessment individually.
Understood.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you follow that, right?
Well, I'm gonna make this quick because I'm tired and I wanna go home. So,
Thank you.
Brady Hipsch, 426 Liberty Lane.
I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Hipsch?
Hipsch.
Hipsch. I guess my main question is, if you could pull up the map of the properties being assessed here. So go down to the Arrowwood development. And that green spot, right there, my property is just north of that.
Something Liberty Lane.
Liberty
And my
Lane.
question is what benefit do I get from the Wall Avenue project to pay $2,400? That's my question.
It is it's considered a regional project because it is considered a collector road,
Okay.
It's actually an arterial road.
arterial road.
And why did it become an arterial road?
Because I'm sorry, Naomi.
Go ahead.
It's a basic, I mean, the city has basic grid work infrastructure within the city. There's some roads, and then there's
No, I
some
know
overarching
what an
sewer.
arterial road is. I'm
So
just
our-
wondering
yeah.
when did it become?
So
I
I
think
would
it's
say.
a section line, it's always been
It
an
is, we
arterial.
do go by section lines.
The actual definitions are found in the Department of Transportation.
I'm not
manuals.
asking for a definition. I'm just asking when it became one.
I think it always was one.
Because that actually goes to a minimum maintenance road after you get past, well, now it's the diversion and it's just a hole.
Correct, and the ownership actually goes to a township,
Correct.
so, big difference. The
So-
annexation changed that.
Okay, so where is my arterial road? Where's my closest arterial road to my property?
Well, you have 100th Avenue to your south,
Okay,
and then you have Wall Avenue, right? And then you have Cass 17 north-south.
correct.
Yeah.
And traditionally with arterials, Jim, refresh my memory on the actual footages of how we assess people that are within such and such a proximity of roads.
Halfway to the next. So if it's an arterial, it's halfway to the next arterial. If it's a collector, it's halfway each direction to the next collector.
And we assess north, south, and east and west, one time and one time only per resident, correct?
Responsible for one north-south collector, one east-west collector, one north-south arterial, one east-west arterial.
Okay, so you said 100th is an arterial, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
So that leaves me right in the middle, so do I pay both?
That's still owned by the county.
Right.
So nobody pays that, the
100th
county
is-
does?
County did. They just
Okay.
redid it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then if you go farther south in the city of Horace, wouldn't that development south of 100, their closest local arterial road would be Wall Avenue, correct?
Are they within a half mile?
No, they're
They're
outside of
not.
that.
So that falls outside.
So I need to be within a half a mile from Wall Avenue. What if I'm not within a half a mile from Wall Avenue?
It's just how the
Your proximity to the river is what, in the way, there isn't gonna be another river crossing south of you. So the district, when it got drawn,
Oh,
rather
they
than
got
just a
together 100
strict
days.
half mile, it followed the roads around it on the south side. That's why down here, hold on, I'm trying to do this left-handed. It brought all these parcels in. It didn't just like chop it off.
So those parcels, the only way to get to those parcels is Wall Avenue, correct?
Wall Avenue to Cheyenne to Liberty.
There's a river there. The only bridge is Wall Avenue,
I'm
correct?
talking Arrowwood. What do you,
Well, you were pointing to all the other developments on the
No.
other side of that river?
This is Arrowwood. This is what I was getting at.
Correct. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what are you asking specific to your assessment?
I am asking what benefit do I get for $2,400 for that property versus a property that's 100 feet from Wall Avenue? It doesn't make sense.
Why not? If it fits within the policy, if you're within the half mile of an arterial road, north, south, or east and west, you're included in the district.
Okay. I guess it just doesn't make sense to me, and I just wanted to get that clarified, I guess.
Am I stating that wrong, Jim? Isn't that our policy? What's the reasoning for that policy? Where does that policy come from? Is that DOT standard?
No, I think it's kind of I'm not sure.
Made
A
up,
different
sounds like.
consultant did the policy.
But
so-
anyway, so going forward, to prevent this from happening,
Okay, he was trying to answer a question for us. Can you let him talk,
I
please?
think that's
Thank
kind
you.
of. No, with Stantec. But anyways, I think it's pretty common to build out that core infrastructure with the road and then a half mile each direction of it. It's pretty standard practice when it comes to special assessing.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay, so as long as
Okay.
I'm within a half a mile from an arterial road, I'm within that district.
Only
One
one
time.
time for north-south and one time for east-west. We
Okay.
will not put you in multiple districts, even if you're within the proximity.
Okay.
Each resident only pays one time for north-south, one time for an east-west arterial.
Okay, so now going forward, just, like, how do we prevent this, right? I mean, yeah, Lost River is a beautiful area. It's, very nice houses. The reason we needed to fix Wall Avenue is mainly
You know how we
because
prevent
of
it?
that.
Previous councils would have done their job and gone through the heartache of having to go through and annex all of these people and spend nights and weekends in their driveways talking with them. They were afraid to do their job.
Okay.
And so the rest of us had to correct the sins of the past.
Okay,
They would have understood that when they brought 500 homes, beautiful homes, by the way.
absolutely, yes.
Absolutely gorgeous development into this area, they would have had the balls to build a road to go with it.
Okay, and now we're just stuck with it, basically. So going forward, as you said, I trust that all of you will potentially, as you say, have the balls to,
It is understood very well now
when
by
a new
this council
development is
that when
dis-
we add any type of development, that the necessary infrastructure needs to go with it. And I will tell you that we had infrastructure going next to me. I used to be surrounded by 3 fields on all 3 sides of me. I now have a massive road that goes directly to the schools. It's a raceway right next to me. Do I like it? Not really. Do I have a benefit from it? Absolutely. I don't drive on gravel anymore. Do I pay for it? Absolutely. There was talk about it being an asphalt road, and I can't even tell you how grateful I am that we spent the money on concrete with the amount of traffic and the amount of trucks
No,
going
I-
in and
I
out
agree.
to the north of me now. Did I pay a pretty penny for it? Yes. Am I now in 4 or 5 assessment districts on top of this one? Absolutely. And am I complaining? No, because I built in the middle of a cornfield that had nothing
right?
before.
And that kind of proves my point, just that we need to start looking ahead and make sure that these developments are accessible before we just start plopping houses in, and now we're stuck.
Talk to the council from 10 years ago.
Right, right.
Yep.
Understood.
That's all I got.
Okay,
guys.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
All right. Was there other people who wanted to speak for, what are we on, Wall West
Yeah.
right now? Wall West?
I think
Or Wall East?
We're on Wall
Wall
East.
I'm sorry, Wall East, my
We're
bad.
on East.
Wall East.
Yep.
if you're in both districts, I
Are you in both districts?
So,
oh,
we, yes,
just wait.
we're on
Just
east
wait.
right now.
Just wait then. You, I believe, sir, you had a
Okay.
question?
Dwight Spear, 240 Chestnut. Similar to the gentleman on Liberty Lane, that my basic question, and the answer's been done, but I just wanted to go through it. Appealing the boundary map that includes the areas within arbitrary distance of Wall Avenue. Residents of Chestnut Drive don't use Wall Avenue west of County Road 17 any more than residents on the east side of County Road 17, including all areas within an arbitrary distance north and south of the western Wall Avenue does not make any sense in relation to benefits received. Simply put, either assess only the areas directly benefiting from the improvements or include the whole city in the boundary.
We went that route once with including the whole city. That's why we're sitting here, us two. Just being honest.
Yep.
It resulted in something
just-
very bad. So it's a double-edged sword.
Understand.
We'll take recommendations however people want to do it, but it did not end well. So, understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All depends on how you look at that. Ask my wife that
I think
same
the verdict
question.
is still out on that.
So, yes, sir, come on up.
Good evening or night or wherever we're at right now. I'm Brandon Reber, 8833 Lost River Road. I actually submitted two protests. One was for me, and then one I changed all the I's to we and got all my neighbors to sign. So I'm here on behalf of the Lost River Development. A lot of the points that I was going to make have been made before. I think a couple things that I wanted to just make sure were understood, and I'm sure you guys do. So Wall is an arterial road as defined by the city's comprehensive plan, and the special assessment policy as an each, right? Everyone pays for one east-west arterial road. We just had that established. I have also, say, Mr. Dahlman, the east portion was not upsized or widened at all for additional traffic on the west side, correct? That was constructed as a standard arterial road section?
Actually reduced arterial, because it's considered residential.
Okay.
Actually reduced a little bit.
So it's a smaller section because of where it's sitting, not widened to account for that traffic on the west side. And I would say the one east-west arterial, because of how the districts were spread, and I put in my letter, if you read the book I wrote, that I actually understand why. I would have did the same thing. But we are paying for two east-west arterial roads in the Lost River development. We're paying for the west part and we're paying for the east part. And it's resulting in that 4.7 times, say, difference between a single-family home in Lost River as opposed to a home on the east side of the Cheyenne River. I say we are paying for it twice because multiple times through the Special Assessment Commission meetings and in the protest hearing, the argument was made by the Special Assessment Commission that the way we do these arterial roads is you do a section and those people, they pay for that section, right? The example made was when we go east of Cheyenne on Wall Avenue, only those people, half mile each way, will pay for that section, right? It's kind of this, you pay for what's in front of you. Whereas on the west side of Cheyenne, we're not only paying for what's in front of us, we're also paying for that next section. I'll get to my solutions in a little bit. I'm hoping I can sneak this through. We are driving some of that, right? Are we driving 5 times that? No. My proposals, you kind of hit the ponds. We hit, I don't think there should be a project driver on the west part for the east part. And if in fact you wanted the west part to pay a premium for that project as a whole, a proposal would be, okay, the west part pays for whole hog for the west part and a half unit for the east part, still probably a 2 to 3 times rate as that east part would be, still outside of what I would argue as the city policy of paying for one east-west arterial road, kind of a compromise there. The horse park got nailed. Yeah, the parcels along, say, Wall Avenue, I got a lot of stuff there, but it's kind of already been covered. I can comment on the HOA lots. I'm gonna probably upset some people. I'm okay with the HOA lots, say, being assessed. I'm on the board. I would prefer it gets spread because we're just gonna pay all our HOA fees to have to pay our assessments, and then we won't actually get to use those to improve those areas. And the reason I'd be okay to pay those is you could replat that area and get a couple more residential lots out of there, right? I agree with Corey on maybe not a 3 factor, but let's bring it down. But if we're gonna say, okay, those lots could have been replatted to get a little more density, let's make sure we use that when we talk about the horse park. Because it's a double-edged sword looking at both sides of the road there in increasing that, right, into highest and best use, if that's what we want to say. yeah, I think that's my whole, we are paying for 2 east-west arterial roads as defined by the city special assessment, say, policy, as defined by the comprehensive plan. The road was not upsized at all. And a 4.7 times assessment for a project, say, designated by the policy to be in each as an equal benefit to everyone, I think is not, as the North Dakota Century Code would call, a just proportion of the benefits of the work. Thank you.
Nicely stated.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Impressed. Good.
is that all we got?
Thank you.
Oh, no questions? Okay, well, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, was there anybody else? Show of hands, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for discussion here amongst the council.
Again, taking it all under advisement. That's
Yep.
my whole plan. I'm paying attention, taking notes, gonna sleep on it, and then start making some phone calls.
Agreed.
I agree, and I probably wouldn't need to belabor it tonight if we're gonna take it under advisement, but I did just have one, I think I'm following the argument. When there was discussion about the $5.2 million assessment, we're talking the unplatted Lost River West property, correct?
Correct.
Which, I mean, I agree is a large number, but correct me, Jim, that number is, you said the number was derived by what is potentially platted out there, which then would be an equivalent unit for the lot
Correct.
numbers? Okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot to take in here. I think there were a lot of good comments, and I will reserve and review as well.
Okay. Naomi stepped out for just a minute to use the bathroom just because it's, well, 3.5 hours in, and I'm sure we're all feeling it by now. So I'm assuming she's gonna want to continue this as well. With that, I believe we can probably move to Lost River West. Excuse me, Wall West, my bad. 2022-4.
You're fine. Not far behind you.
Next project we have, Mr. Mayor and Council, is Sanitary Storm and Street Improvement District 2022-4, Wall Avenue west of Cheyenne diversion to the Cheyenne River. Pretty much the same project as the Wall Avenue East one, with the addition of sanitary sewer collector main on Wall Avenue from Lost River Road / Memory Lane back to service the Lost River, or the Lazy A and Westbrook areas of Horace. These are regional improvements for sewer. They were assessed to the benefiting areas. When I say regional, it means they can't connect to them directly, but the infrastructure down Wall Avenue, the major corridor, will be there when the time comes. The methodology, aside from that, is the same as Wall Avenue East.
Okay.
And again, there's discussion of increasing city contribution from 25 to 30, all the same. Okay. We're on
I mean, I think I'm just ready to listen to the objections.
Scroll down, I wanna see the rest of this, Special Assessment Commission commentary here.
Okay, I'll go through. Special Assessment Commission comments, number 1 was no additional private driveway was applied to the parcel with direct access to Wall Avenue. The HOA lots will be assessed as other as classified amongst those developments, parcels from which they reside, we talked about that. Zero assessment cost for the ponds, we talked about that. Jubilee, we talked about that. No assessment applied to flood diversion parcels, we talked about that, so we'll move on from that. The sewer costs will be applied to 19 parcels of benefit from the installation of West River Lazy.
Okay.
Mr. Mr. Mayor, do you want me to touch base on the funding options tied to this one for council consideration?
Sure.
Okay, so just like we've talked earlier about 30% cost share construction costs, pond lots per policy, those are two options for council to consider. The third one for this would be, we've talked about, in the past, we've done a tap fee concept for those that are on septic. There is a portion that you have sanitary sewer on that impacts Westbrook, Lazy A, that section. It doesn't impact really like Lost River. I don't believe it impacts River's Edge. So it's a very isolated area of that. That is a concept where council, if you choose, you could apply that to where basically the city would say, hey, we're going to take on that cost, and then the tap fee is applied at a higher rate whenever that time comes that properties in that those developments connect to sewer. Maple Lakes lift station, I believe it was, is where we used that example before. It was talked about in one of these objections earlier too, as a consideration for a different area. So it is a tool we could work through, but something that council would have to decide. That was something SAC did talk about a little bit, but we did remind SAC that that is a financial obligation or commitment that the city council would have to determine, not the SAC. So they did not discuss that a whole lot. They, high level they did, but overall that needs to be a council decision. So.
Okay. Any comment before I start bringing people up?
I'm ready to hear from, I think I'm ready to hear from people.
Show of hands, who wants to go? Come on up. Come on up.
He's been patiently waiting.
You have been
This isn't like
patiently
the Price is Right. You don't have to
Thank
ruin
you,
it.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, Drew Rutherford, 543 Westbrook Drive. You should have received a letter from me. Hopefully you got a chance to read it.
Yep,
I'd
I
like
did
to
see
spend
it.
my first 30 seconds really thanking you guys, because this has been a 10-year problem that you've been sort of saddled with to try to fix. And so amen to Sarah for calling out the Jubilee Pandora's box. I didn't want to mention that, but I'm glad you did. I know that the special assessments group was led very well by Mr. Makowitz, and he's very good at conflict resolution, so he has a really good temperament for doing that kind of stuff. So I do recognize that you are in a bind, and I do want to thank all the work of your city who I've gotten to know through the last 10 years. So there is that. I do recognize that.
Thank you.
That being said, I wish I was here to argue $2,700 or $9,700, but I'm arguing our assessment of $29,000. So I just saw several examples of where the city commission and the special assessments group and even Brad just argued my point about if you receive zero benefit, namely the school and the daycare, they don't access the sewer system, so they should have a zero and be zeroed out. The infrastructure that constitutes $19,000 beyond the road to us, each parcel, is for infrastructure that we can't access. So your own city engineer has agreed that in order for us to tap into the sewer lines, there would have to be yet another project to bring the sewer lines into our development. And then we would have to connect our house to that said development. So an argument could be probably easily made by a better wordsmith than me that we don't receive any benefit, and therefore we should have no assessment for that. At best, I would say we maybe have a future benefit, but we definitely don't have one now, because if I say I need to get hooked up to your sewer system because I just paid $19,000 for it, the answer is you can't. So I would say at the bare minimum, I would say a tap fee would be in order, and there's been discussions with the city about doing that, and the special assessments group was very sympathetic to our cause, but felt that they could not set precedent without you guys weighing in on it. So this is the time to talk about that. So at the bare minimum, I hope you institute this tap fee concept. Perhaps a more noble thing would be when we were forcibly annexed into the city, our taxes went up 40%. And the city and everybody we've talked to agrees that we receive exactly zero benefit for those taxes. So the forestry fee, the spraying for bugs, the sewer system we're not, the water, we literally get no benefit. We still drive on a gravel road. We don't have curb and gutter. We don't have street lights. We don't have sidewalks.
Do you have access to?
We have access to that once we get on wall.
Do you get garbage?
I paid for garbage before you guys were annexed. So everybody has agreed over 10 years that we receive no benefit from being annexed and pay 40% more taxes.
We don't spray over there?
The county sprayed. So we'd have an ATV drive through all that. So we get nothing. So I would argue that perhaps the city could be generous and say our contribution to the city's taxes would be to pay for this sewer piece you put under the road that we can't access. So perhaps the city's willing to just not charge us at all for that.
How many houses are in your neighborhood?
There are 19, including Lazy A. I only really represent the 12 lots that have come together in Westbrook side to protest that particular piece. And during the special assessments piece, we were asked why are our assessments not just 5 times higher than the west side, but 9 times higher than the east side. And we were explained that there's a sewer component, and then I asked about how we would access that, and the response is you can't. So I feel quite strongly that this should be no benefit to us at this moment, and I would hope that the city would look at not assessing us for that piece. I also maybe would add the city should consider at-risk bidding in the future, where the developer or the projects have a set price, and if they exceed that price, they eat it, and then that helps them.
Trust me, it's come up.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. So just maybe lay the seed for future discussions. So since County Road 17 would be our north-south arterial connector, which the county owns, then we would be assessed for the north-south future road along the diversion. Would that be accurate? I don't know what number it is. I just know it's past the diversion between the Cheyenne diversion and the, so if that gets paved, we get assessed for that, correct? I think the answer is yes. For 20, and we've been out here 25 years, so we drove that gravel road, Wall Avenue, as a community of about 40 people. For almost 50 years, we just had potholes. We just went around them. The county took care of it. It wasn't a huge problem. And of course, when it was platted in 2015, we argued that the cars that are going to be on the west side of us are going to beat the crap out of that road, which it did. I mean, the potholes in that road were beyond belief. They were amazing, I will say. And then a final comment would be, we were annexed into the city because the city at the time told us that there was no mechanism, no legal mechanism to have us pay for a project, namely Wall Road, without the city owning that road. So they had to annex us so they could take possession of the Wall Avenue and therefore could pave it. So then the question comes to mind, if Jubilee is not annexed into the city and the county owns half that road beyond the Lost River entrance on the east side, how did the project ever go forward? Because we were told legally it cannot, and that's why we were annexed, was simply because they needed possession of that road. So how did they do their project without Jubilee getting annexed? Now that I know that they're not annexed. I assume they were annexed because the road got made.
Lucas?
Well, I don't know what Jubilee, what the right-of-way is in terms of if it's county or township. Obviously, the annexation process, half of the road was owned and operated by the township, and so there was that issue. The city's concern with that was that the city was potentially going to be paving a road and then providing the benefit to the property owners that were then accessing that road and not paying for it. And so the same situation is going to apply with Jubilee, in that if the city levies an assessment on that property and they're not annexed, the city doesn't collect on that. So, I mean, all this talk that everyone has with assessing that property further or higher, the city runs the risk of that potentially not being annexed into the city, and then the city either paying that or it just sits for the duration of the bond term.
So one question my wife told me to ask is if Jubilee is not annexed on October 20th, how is there enough time to reassess every single property before the next day?
The annexation will not be done.
It will not be
by
done.
October
Right.
20th.
So
just
then-
in terms
No,
of
we're just looking for,
It's for the agreement.
agreements.
I agree.
And I was going to ask him privately afterwards, okay, how do I go about getting them to, starting to pay that at some point? Because the city's gonna have to carry that cost, I'm assuming, until they take it over, is what I'm assuming. We will never recoup that back, is that a fair assumption?
And just to remind you guys, we offered, Westbrook and Lazier offered to pay our portion of the road without getting annexed if you would not annex us. So we offered to do what you're asking Jubilee to do, and we were refused. We said, no, we're forcibly annexing you.
On that, we had, we actually approached the township, Stanley Township and the county, and they refused to do a joint assessment district.
So why did they
So
do that? with
they
the-
did not
your
do that,
particular
so the
case, they
city
wouldn't
had
do
no
an agreement.
choice.
Okay.
So,
All right, well, I appreciate your time very much. I understand that you're in a tough position. I just ask that you show us some goodwill. And, you know, to counter the argument that might be our property has gone up, I would counter with, imagine how much our property value would have gone up if we could use things like low taxes, no specials, quiet, no neighbors, and all that's gone for us. So, you know, we look for just a little bit of relief from the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Come on up, sir.
Hi, John Calden, 550 Westbrook Drive. Drew did a great job, didn't he?
He did.
Just a couple things I want to kind of expand on what Drew was saying. When we were annexed into town, Jubilee has met that same benchmark. As far as the state goes, they're surrounded by the city. Is the west side of the diversion part of the city yet?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's met the state benchmark for annexation. They really can't argue it, just like we were in Westbrook. We'd met that state benchmark. We were surrounded by city, so it wasn't a question of will you, it's when you will. And just, I'm a numbers guy, and a little bit more about what Drew was saying with the sewer line. We're looking at $19,000. If you take $19,000 over 25 years at 6.5% interest, the interest alone is $19,500. We are almost $40,000 for a service we can't use. And Jim, I'm not gonna put you on the spot. There was a conversation a long time ago when we were having these talks. Just a wild number out of the blue. If we have a sewer line put in around Westbrook Drive, we just kind of guessed together 50,000 a home to have that line put in. So we're approaching, and that was a few years ago, so we're already at $100,000. Then we have to pay for the hookup. And who knows what that's gonna look like. But as of right now, if my sewer, my drain field, my septic goes out, I don't have a choice. I can't fix or replace my septic. That's state law. So I only have the choice, it's not a choice, I have to hook into the city sewer because we're within 200 feet of a public sanitary sewer.
300.
Real estate
But
broker,
yes.
28 years. I'm familiar with this. So I don't have a choice. And even working with Cass County Environmental, they say the same thing. No, it's not the city's decision, it's at the state level and we administer that. So if my septic failed right now, the only choice I have is to pay, I don't even know how much that would cost, because we don't have a sewer line hookup. It's actually across Westbrook Drive where the stub is. But what I'm saying is, I could potentially have to pay $125,000 to flush a toilet. So I don't think that including us in the sanitary sewer part of that special assessment makes any sense whatsoever. We can't access it, and if we do have to access it, the $20,000 assessment in the road right now, it's just the tip of the iceberg of what we're gonna realize in money to have to get hooked up. I just don't see that we have any benefit from that sanitary sewer whatsoever. So that's, I guess that's my recommendation to piggyback off of Drew. I can't make any sense of us being charged for that when there is no way we can even access it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, who'd like to go next? Okay.
Hi, my name is Melanie Zander. I live at 507 Westbrook. I'll just go next since we're on Westbrook. And some of the things I want to say have already been kind of touched on, but on April 8th, 2025, I emailed the city requesting an estimate on what our assessment would be for Wall Avenue project, and on April 9th, 2025, I received a reply from Matt Volz that our estimate was going to be $8,019. I really didn't have any issue paying that amount personally.
What was that number?
8,019 seemed fair to me, seemed like fair amount to pay for the road. However, in August, we received 2 letters from the city with our new assessment evaluation together totaling $29,000, and you can imagine my shock upon seeing a $20,000 difference. And as we already described, this is from the sewer hookups. But we don't need city sewer. We cannot hook up to these city sewer connections, and we have been living quite successfully with our septic systems. And I would say if we're being forced to hook to city sewer, then the city should pay for it. I could replace my septic system for around $10,000, and as he was just saying, to hook up to the sewer is gonna cost us a lot more than that. So, we also are looking at, future developments down the road that we're probably gonna be assessed for as well. So it's just becoming, not feasible to, be able to afford living there. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, was there anybody else that wanted to speak? Anybody at all? Okay, going once. Twice. Okay. Internal discussion here quick. I'm sure we're going to probably take this one under advisement as well. And we will discuss now how we're going to proceed. And start throwing out possible dates of when we could probably meet again. So I don't know if you want to do the possible dates in the future now, or
What do you want to see in the future? Because that may dictate when we meet again.
Do we want any discussion at this time, Mr. Mayor?
yes.
All right, I guess I do have a few comments. I've had a lot of talks with Mr. Rutherford, and I've had a lot of talks with Jim about the sewer infrastructure that they're discussing. And I don't know if it's necessary to pull up a map or whatever, but they're not wrong. What Jim explained to me is there was some additional sewer infrastructure that was put in there directly for them, but it was driven by the city, with the understanding that the city's saying we're not gonna put in a new road in that area and risk potentially in the future having to rip it up if we allow these to gain access to the infrastructure. Which is not a bad decision by the city. But And then Drew also mentioned the fact that it's not actually within their neighborhood. And I know, Jim, you've mentioned, I probably won't get the words right. There's a local, what are the three things? Local, regional, and? And then, okay, there you go, the three things. So this is the middle of it. It's not the local and it's not the overarching collector. So, this is not a sewer connection for these individuals. It was city-driven. The city decided they wanted to put the infrastructure in on the chance that they have to use it. They may never have to use it. I do not think it's fair to assess them at this time for something that they are not going to be using. And I absolutely agree that we need to do a tap fee in the future. If you all need to access the system, then you'll pay for it then, and that seems perfectly equitable to me. But to force them to pay for something that they did not request now, for infrastructure the city decided to put in on their own, I feel strongly that it is not something they should be assessed for now. And there is precedent for that.
Okay, for that tap fee, how many homes would we be looking at?
I think there's 19.
There is a vacant lot
You see,
on the north side.
oh, 19
So-
plus one?
So it'd be less than that, because it's factored into
Oh,
the
okay.
assessment.
Okay.
Okay. Previous precedent you spoke about, I believe, is down the south end of town
Yep.
with
Maple Lakes.
Maple Lakes.
Yep.
And I'm trying to remember exactly what happened there, or what was agreed upon there.
Or at least, I think that's what Mr. Rutherford mentioned, or was it you, Jim?
Yeah, so we actually discussed this today, staff and consultants. There was a resolution that the council adopted to address that. And it's the same situation as this, where property owners have existing septic systems. The city installed a sewer line that provided them the ability to connect at a future date. And so we actually identified in a map the properties that would potentially connect in the future, and that they will pay a tap fee, and then what those proposed assessments would then look like. So this has been done before, and that's the area that we did it, and we did it via resolution. And ironically, we discussed making a change to the special assessment policy to include that type of situation going forward. It hasn't gotten done yet.
And I know, I was just gonna add, it's maybe a bit off topic, but we did work a lot with the current ordinance that we have with regard to sewer septic in the city when we made our changes. And I guess I would add that, yes, it is controlled by Cass County Public Health. However, if you read their information, they're the governing body, there are arguments that could be made for hardship. If somebody's septic were to fail, you can make hardship arguments to them if you needed to replace. That is my thought, anyway. That's all I have.
Other thoughts?
I don't have anything additional at this time.
Okay. Brooklyn?
No, I mean, I'm open to the tap fees as well. I mean, I feel like we have done it in other areas, and I mean, they make valid arguments, so I'm open to that. But I definitely am not ready to move on anything here. I need to take this home and absorb everybody's comments tonight and go through everything.
I agree. Okay, so, that being said, as a council, we'll be discussing probable dates. I don't know if we'll be doing that right now. I'll look at,
I would say it'd be something you guys have a conversation of. I could tell you about any conflicts that I might see for next week, if you're looking at next week or later this week, but it would help probably for folks in the audience to know when you're looking at having a conversation again.
Understood.
So what the Special Assessment Commission did, and I thought that was a good process, and it was helpful for staff and consultants to know, is they gave direction to the engineers of, we want you to look at X, Y, and Z, and we're gonna bring it back for additional discussion on Y date. And I felt like that worked out well. So obviously there's been lengthy discussion tonight on some of the potential changes. The council has given direction on some of these items already. Jim, are you looking for specific things to look at for each district now, so you can prepare this information, so when the council meets again, he will have that information available for the council? Because again, we're playing this timing game. It's October 7th now, and if you're not gonna meet until next week, then, I mean, we're really
And I also need to know what days of this
Pushing
place
it.
is available. So what other meetings do we have here?
Well,
How does
I-
next Monday look?
So.
I want to make sure Sarah's here, so.
I won't be here on the 20th.
I
You're not
was,
gonna be here
I
on
was
the
trying to
20th.
think of potential conflicts that you might have or may have. Planning Commission is on the 14th that evening, so they meet at 6 PM, I believe, so.
Is that a Tuesday?
Tuesday, next week. The only other conflict I think that some on council may have would be like, I remember seeing on my calendar saying parent-teacher conferences for West Fargo Public Schools, I believe are Monday also. I could be wrong on that, I'm just looking at the calendar I have. But they typically end around 6 or 6:30, something like that. So,
I know, but
Yeah.
Sarah needs to be there.
I will be available on the 13th,
Oh,
not on the 20th.
Okay. I don't think that I put, can I look and see when I scheduled my parent-teacher conference?
so if you're looking at, next week, the 15th, that'd be Wednesday, or the 16th, that Thursday. I'm not aware of any conflicts of this room and of anything council may have, but I don't know everybody's schedule, so.
I am not available the evening of the 15th. I can do the 13th, 14th, 16th, or 17th, or the weekend.
I would say the 13th then, because I have parent-teacher conferences on the 14th.
We'll do 13th.
Can the 13th work for you? Okay.
It works for me too.
As long as you're okay with me not being here, 13th is fine.
What?
I will be in Texas.
We'll text you questions. I'm kidding.
Actually, I'll probably be on a plane home at that.
Jim, are you gonna be available on that Monday? And same with you, Lucas, I guess?
Yep.
Okay. Suppose I better ask that table as well.
Well, yes.
So,
I'm on 17th and 20th, but you're the 13th.
Okay, so I guess if you're looking, this is really tricky for me, Jim, because I'm just, well, I mean, I'm just gonna say, so do you want us to go through all of these districts and recap what we want you to do? Is that what you want us to do, or do you have an idea?
All districts are gonna get an additional 5% at least for the city contribution.
Yep.
Yep.
Comp lots are gonna be assessed for the policy for local or for regional. Or the other way around, regional and local, or you just want to see it. We have a scenario set up for both of those.
Yep.
It's not gonna play too much into effect of these, it'll be tomorrow's
Okay. Yep.
projects.
Okay.
HOA lots, you want to do one, you want it to be a 0, you want it to be what?
What did the attorney say about Can you repeat what you said, 0?
Take them to 0.
0?
But then you had the president of the HOA say he preferred 3, so.
0 it is.
So,
I mean, I'm just
That's a
I'm
tough
just
one.
listening to like an
Take it to
attorney, I
0.
guess.
We'll show it as a 0.
Okay.
and then,
If you want
Um,
those on Chestnut Ironwood for the residential, I was told today by utility building that's gonna take a while because it's not a simple, you have to click every individual one and work backwards to get the 9-month flows. So that would take some time if you want this.
Yeah.
which one was that again, Jim?
Chestnut Ironwood for the sewer portion of it.
Oh,
We looked at the commercial.
Oh, yeah.
We looked at the church. We didn't look at the residential because the standard unit of assessment is the equivalent unit for a single family home.
Yeah.
So those were at a 1. I don't know if any of them are gonna go up.
Are we splitting hairs? I feel like we're splitting hairs.
Adding to the school will give a little bit of,
Yeah,
that
the
will
load,
be a more major.
I would
the load fac-
rather
the load factor for the school.
decide on the load factor for the school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
And SAC brought it up to a 3. Residents didn't feel that was reasonable. What is reasonable?
Well,
Oh,
what's the
I thought they did think that was, no?
He wanted to
No
go
load
higher, I
factor was
thought.
assessed,
I know, but
and they
what's the
wanted a load
policy
factor
for-
assessed.
Our policy says 3 load factor for schools, multifamily, commercial.
And they're already being assessed at the 3. No. Well, then I think we just assess them at,
So
we were
take it
gonna
to the
add
3?
it.
Do the 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause they were originally,
That follows the policy.
yep, that will follow the policy.
What would you like to see on the walls? Would you like the sewer taken off of those and just given as a dollar amount?
Ask us tomorrow.
Okay,
Have to
Okay.
run some
Yeah.
things and
Yeah.
put some thought into that.
that's fine.
That's fair. I would like you to run 66. Did we already decide that, though? 66, we would like an estimate of running those
Yeah.
properties,
Yep.
right? Okay.
Take it back to, so it'd be
The-
3 units per acre with
the
no load
multis,
factor for
multis,
those that are
Still-
lived-in houses
still
right now.
residential. Yeah, I think that was the only really one on 66.
What about Mr. Mack's question of that being mixed use versus suburban on the south side?
I don't know.
I'll dig up the master plan and send it to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
if it
I
shows
don't
it
know.
on the plan.
Oh,
It
and
doesn't.
also, we are addressing Mr. Stude's comments,
No,
potentially.
that would be I think, potentially splitting hairs with the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
with the
Okay.
residential on the other side.
Is there a reason
Okay.
that you didn't, add, the future commercial on the southeast side of 66?
Future commercial on the southeast side.
So what
66.
Mr. Mack was talking about?
We did, it was suburban residential. We just went with suburban because that's what we had for the best information at that time.
Okay.
So he's saying that if you look at the, like, 1776 corridor, it's got mixed use along there. He feels that it'll be continued out to the end of Horace, where the Special Assessment Commission had suburban at that time.
But it's just a lot, right? There's no, is there?
It's a portion of a big lot.
It's a
That's where it gets to be
very large
difficult.
portion.
Almost 10 acres.
Okay,
Right?
Yeah.
10 acres?
I guess I defer
Okay.
to what others think on that.
Yeah.
Project driver on Wall Avenue East? Remove it?
I really don't wanna talk about Wall Avenue right now.
Okay, never mind.
We
Yep,
have a
you're right.
lot to think about.
There's a lot of things that I'm not ready to talk about that right now.
That's all I had.
More to come.
Yep.
You wanna run that through Jeff after each of us has had a chance to think on it? We'll get direction to you, Jeff, and you can share it with Jim.
Okay.
There's a lot of things to factor in there. So, good arguments made tonight. Thank
Yeah.
you,
All right.
everyone.
I appreciate everyone's
I
time.
just really wanna say thank you all for being cordial and being,
Yep.
willing to sit here it's 10 o'clock, so thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that I'm gonna look for a motion to adjourn.
So-
Mr. Mayor, let's get a motion to direct
Okay.
the team to look at this and then schedule the next
Perfect.
meeting Monday, October 13th.
Perfect.
What time? Guess who realized that it's his anniversary that night, so might be in limbo.
It's your anniversary that night? I'm sorry.
Which day?
The 13th.
I'm so sorry.
Do we wanna just send her a card?
We'll all send her
Thinking of
flowers.
you?
You need to be here.
I'll figure it out.
All right, so I will look for a motion to first direct Jim to follow what we have discussed for the first 2 districts. Can't remember the exact everything
we
of those.
just went through
We
it
just
all.
went through it,
Okay.
but I need a motion to at least direct Jim to start working on that.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion for Jim to run new estimates per conversation we had tonight for 66 Chestnut. And that's it.
That's it. Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
And that's also to schedule the next meeting for Monday,
Oh.
October 13th.
Oh, we'll include that then, to schedule
Okay,
the meeting for
and-
Monday at 6 PM.
Yes, so moved.
Okay, and I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, and now I will look for a motion to adjourn.
All right, that's me. So moved.
All right, and do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And done. Thank you guys for showing up tonight. We appreciate you.